Village Inn just introduced the Incredible VIB, where you can pick any 4 items from over 30 incredible choices for only $6.59. Things like crepes, omelets, even French toast. Is it true? So I can mix and match any 4 items for only $6.59.
Absolutely.
And I can choose from over 30 incredible items?
Would you like to try it?
I'll ask the questions here. Okay, yeah, can I try it? The Incredible VIB from Village Inn. It's unbelievable.
Car buying should not be a complicated maze of dead ends and roadblocks. At Green Buick GMC, we make it an easy, short step to get the car of your dreams. Just look at these quick and easy deals. Get your choice, a 2009 Saturn Aura or a 2009 Pontiac G6 for just $12,988 or $228 per month. And both vehicles come with GM's 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. And pre-driven vehicles are cheaper in Davenport.
Green, gotta go to Green.
At the all-new Green Buick GMC in Davenport.
It's Tuesday. Hell's Kitchen returns with 2 all-new hours.
Come on, guys!
But now, stay tuned for the 2010 MLB All-Star Game.
Fox Soccer Channel, the Big Ten Network, Speed, Fuel TV, FSN, and Fox Sports, the greatest collection of sports networks in the world.
We are Fox Sports!
Daddy, what are stars made of?
Since the beginning of time, man has looked to the heavens and marveled at the stars. Is it because of our fascination of the unknown? Or do we reach for the stars to remind us of what we can achieve? No 2 stars are alike. Some just shine brighter than others. Shining bright when you attain perfection for that one moment in life.
A perfect game! Roy Halladay! Ubaldo Jimenez has no-hit the Atlanta Braves!
Or when all your dreams come true in one swing of the bat.
A home run! Albert Pujols!
While others shine the brightest, not from fame, but through service and sacrifice. So what makes a star? It is a child's question, much like baseball is a kid's game. Tonight in this city of angels, we celebrate the very best this game has to offer. Baseball's midsummer classic, the All-Star Game, is next on Fox.
Welcome to the Sharp All-Star pregame show on Fox. Hollywood is the home of movie stars. Well, tonight, 35 miles south is where baseball stars align for the Midsummer Classic. It's the 3rd time the All-Star Game visits the Big A. The NL won here in '67. The AL got it done in 1989. So who will be the hero tonight? Maybe Joe Mauer, the leading vote getter, or perhaps 3-time NL MVP, Albert Pujols. And with that, hi everybody. We welcome you to the 81st All-Star Game on Fox, presented to you today by Sharp. And we have some spectacular baseball coming your way over the next several hours. It gets going with the player introductions. Then you're going to meet the 30 people all-stars among us, everyday citizens who are making a difference day in, day out in your community. That'll be highlighted by a special performance from Amber Riley, one of the stars from the hit show Glee. And then it's time to play a little baseball. And we have 2 great young guns on the mound. For the National League, Colorado's 15-game winner, Ubaldo Jimenez. In the meantime, David Rice goes for the American League from the Tampa Bay Rays. Now, the big question this year, can the National League finally get off the schneid and win this game for the first time since 1996 and secure home field advantage throughout the World Series? We will soon see. Now, unfortunately, on a day where we honor this sport's brightest stars, baseball lost a true legend. George Steinbrenner passed away earlier today at the age of 80 after a heart attack at his home in Tampa. Steinbrenner purchased the New York Yankees in 1973 and immediately changed the culture around that then dormant franchise. Winning was the bottom line, and his Yankees did it better than anybody during the boss's tenure. 16 division titles, 7 world championships. He was one of the greatest owners in sports history, and today the Yankee family remembered one of a kind.
When I think of Mr. Steinbrenner, I think of a man who was very giving, really tried to change people's lives. His expectations were our expectations to win, and that was it.
And Dad, this one is for you.
The intensity that he brought, the passion that he brought to the game, you know, we were so fortunate to play for him. He's left his stamp.
He had his way, and he did it his way. He was the Yankees. I'm going to miss him.
I think what people fail to realize is how much he did for the community. You know, he embodied what New Yorkers are. I've known him since I was 18 years old, and it's easy for someone to say you're going to miss him as an owner, but I'll miss him more as a friend.
George Steinbrenner, gone at the age of 80. We'll be right back.
At Sharp, our goal is to reproduce every color in the world on TV. Introducing Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds a fourth color, yellow, to the standard RGB color system, creating a vast array of colors you can't see with your TV's 3-color technology. But you can see this. Whoa! Oh my!
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
Today's story from the Ford Model Year-End Sales Event, Roger's Workday. 9 to 5? Try 5 to 9 every day. That's why Roger needs the Ford F-150. It's the only truck that can keep up with him. Best-in-class towing and payload, and now best-in-class residual value. Of course, Roger would never sell his F-150, even if he had the time.
Hurry in now and get a built Ford Tough F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months.
Remember Roger and that F-150? Yeah, they're gone.
I know how to search your mind and find your secrets. I know the tricks.
He's hiding something, and we need to find out what that is.
My work.
We're gonna need to do a little better than might. This can't be done. Just have to go deep enough.
Inception, rated PG-13. Special midnight screenings Thursday, everywhere Friday.
I want a home run. He wants an out. Only one of us will win. So I do everything I can to make sure it's me.
Winning takes intense preparation. Start with Wheaties Fuel, a bold honey cinnamon crunch cereal with complex carbs and B vitamins.
Wheaties Fuel, prepared to win.
Introducing our Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds yellow to the standard RGB color system for colors never before seen on TV. Notice the lifelike color on this yellow seahorse. Oh, sorry. Yellowish seahorse on your TV with 3-color technology. Observe the stunning blue sea. In your mind, that is. Well, you get the picture. Actually, you don't.
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
The Sharp All-Star pregame show on Fox is sponsored by Sharp Quadtron TV technology. You have to see it to see it. By Warner Brothers Pictures' Inception. The dream is real in theaters this Friday. And by Pepsi. Every time you choose Pepsi, you support the Pepsi Refresh Project. And we welcome you back to the Sharp All-Star pregame show on Fox. Once again, I'm Chris Rose coming to you live from down here on the field. As you can see, the American League reserves, they are lining up. They are ready to meet America. So why don't we send you right now up to the broadcast booth. And the man who will call the game with Tim McCarver tonight, Joe Buck. Joe?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Well, as you can see down on the field, the players are lined up along the baselines. It's an absolutely gorgeous night for baseball. A little bit warm, but we'll take it. Not a cloud in the sky, and this is always such a great time in any All-Star game when we get to introduce the players to all of you, those who have been so good in the first half to earn their way to this 81st Major League Baseball All-Star game. First, let's meet the National League All-Star team. The coaches. From the San Diego Padres, Bud Black. And from the San Francisco Giants, Bruce Bochy. And now the players. From the Arizona Diamondbacks, Chris Young. From the Atlanta Braves, Omar Infante. Tim Hudson. Brian McCann. And Jason Hayward. From the Chicago Cubs, Marlon Byrd. From the Cincinnati Reds, Brandon Phillips. Joey Votto. Scott Rowland. And Arthur Rhodes. From the Colorado Rockies, Troy Tulowitzki. From the Florida Marlins, Josh Johnson. From the Houston Astros, Michael Bourne. From the Los Angeles Dodgers, Rafael Furcal. Jonathan Broxton. And Hong-Chi Kuo. From the Milwaukee Brewers, Giovanni Gallardo. From the New York Mets, Jose Reyes. From the Philadelphia Phillies, Roy Halladay. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, Evan Meek. From the St. Louis Cardinals, Matt Holliday. Chris Carpenter. And Adam Wainwright. From the San Diego Padres, Heath Bell. And Adrian Gonzalez. From the San Francisco Giants, Brian Wilson. And Tim Lincecum. From the Washington Nationals, Matt Capps. Now let's meet the American League All-Star team. First, the coaches. From your Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Mike Scioscia. From the Oakland A's, Bob Guerin. Now the players. From the Baltimore Orioles, Ty Wigginton. From the Boston Red Sox, Clay Buchholz. Dustin Pedroia. Adrian Beltre. John Lester. David Ortiz. And Victor Martinez. From the Chicago White Sox, Paul Konerko. And Matt Thornton. From the Cleveland Indians, Fausto Carmona. From the Detroit Tigers, Justin Verlander. And Jose Valverde. From the Kansas City Royals, Joaquim Soria. From the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Jared Weaver. And Torrey Hunter. From the New York Yankees, Alex Rodriguez. Nick Swisher. Andy Pettit. CC Sabathia. and Phil Hughes. From the Oakland Athletics, Andrew Bailey and Trevor Cahill. From the Tampa Bay Rays, Rafael Soriano. From the Texas Rangers, Elvis Andrus, Ian Kinsler, Neftali Feliz, and Cliff Lee. From the Toronto Blue Jays, Vernon Wells, John Buck, and Jose Bautista. And now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the 2009 National League champion, Philadelphia Phillies, Charlie Manuel. Leading off and playing shortstop from the Florida Marlins, Hanley Ramirez. Batting second and playing second base from the Atlanta Braves, Martin Prado. Batting third and playing first base from the St. Louis Cardinals, Albert Pujols. Batting fourth, the designated hitter from the Philadelphia Phillies, Ryan Howard. Batting fifth and playing third base from the New York Mets, David Wright. Batting sixth and playing left field from the Milwaukee Brewers, Ryan Braun. Batting seventh and playing center field from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Andre Ethier. Batting eighth and playing right field from the Milwaukee Brewers, Corey Hart. Batting ninth and catching from the St. Louis Cardinals, Yadier Molina. And in the dugout, pitching tonight's game for the National League from the Colorado Rockies, Ubaldo Jimenez. And now let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the 2009 World Series champion New York Yankees, Joe Girardi. Leading off and playing right field from the Seattle Mariners, Ichiro Suzuki. Batting second and playing shortstop from the New York Yankees, Derek Jeter. Batting third and playing first base from the Detroit Tigers, Miguel Cabrera. Batting fourth and playing center field from the Texas Rangers, Josh Hamilton. Batting fifth, the designated hitter from the Texas Rangers, Vladimir Guerrero. Batting sixth and playing third base from the Tampa Bay Rays, Evan Longoria. Batting seventh and catching from the Minnesota Twins, Joe Mauer. Batting eighth and playing second base from the New York Yankees, Robinson Cano. Batting ninth and playing left field from the Tampa Bay Rays, Carl Crawford. And the starting pitcher for the American League, warming up in the bullpen from the Tampa Bay Rays, David Price. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2010 American League and National League All-Stars.
Tonight, we gather at the 81st Midsummer Classic to celebrate Major League Baseball All-Stars, the best players in a game that occupies such an important place in the fabric of America and in the hearts of fans around the world. And once again this year, as part of that celebration, Major League Baseball and People magazine welcome another group of All-Stars into the spotlight. All-Stars who do their work beyond the field of play, beyond the bright lights of the ballpark and the roar of the crowd. They are a living testament to the power that one person can have in making a difference. They have an idea and they make it a reality. Their resolve to positively change the world is beyond inspiring. They are community all-stars, people whose spirit, determination, dedication, and compassion truly give us reason to stand and applaud.
As we honor these community all-stars this evening, let us not only celebrate their extraordinary contributions to society, but let us also look within ourselves and consider how we too can get more involved in our own communities and find ways to enrich the lives of others. For as we lift up the spirits of those around us, our own spirits also rise alongside them.
We are all aware of the challenges our world faces. Hunger, disease, disasters like the recent earthquake in Haiti, the Gulf oil spill, which is devastating on so many levels. Let's all lend a hand to help those in need. Each one of us can make a difference.
We are honoring people from every major league city who have found ways to make a difference. Tackling everything from cancer to crime, education to the environment, they are improving the lives of people next door to them and those around the world they have never met.
These people are absolute innovators in the different ways they serve. Some find creative ways to use sports as a means to reach young people. Others start large-scale programs and organizations on their own. The variety of what they do is just as impressive as their generosity and their spirit.
These all-stars don't get discouraged by the realities of the present. They get excited by the possibilities of the future. They look at the youth of today and see hope for tomorrow. They seek solutions to the enormous challenges facing our world. In tragedy, they somehow locate resolve, providing strength to others and giving them the opportunity to overcome their challenges.
The dedication of these community all-stars comes without limits. And as we search for role models, we sometimes forget that the role model is right in front of us.
Terry Grawl is an interior decorator in Taylor, Michigan. 3 years ago, she began Enchanted Makeovers, a nonprofit that repaints, refurbishes, and redecorates shelters for women and children to make them warm and welcoming places. The organization also does national outreach to raise awareness about women and children living in shelters. Those who are touched through Terry's organization are given a dose of hope and warmth as they reclaim their lives.
After Marcy Shankweiler's husband died of testicular cancer, she started an organization called Crossing the Finish Line, which sends young cancer patients and their families on all expense-paid vacations. These vacations provide therapy through joy and give these cancer patients renewed energy as they battle their diseases.
When Kenny Fullman was 12, his father died trying to break up a fight on the south side of Chicago. Now, Kenny patrols the streets as a police officer, and he is the head coach of a high school baseball team. Mentoring students and helping them earn scholarships for college, Kenny is sending them in the right direction for life.
A few years ago in Southern California, Ruth Rosen started the Let It Be Foundation in memory of her daughter, who had died of a brain tumor. The organization is devoted to local children battling life-threatening illnesses and aims to help them maintain a sense of normalcy in their lives. They may be facing difficult challenges, but thanks to Ruth's organization, basic needs like housekeeping and grocery shopping are taken care of, so they may focus their energies on their loved ones.
Her own experience as a parent of an autistic child led Marguerite Baber to create the Simpson-Baber Foundation to help others facing the same situation. Her organization offers the opportunity for early detection, offers sports and social activities, field trips, a self-contained playground created specifically for autistic children. And today, her program is widely recognized for helping these kids reach their developmental and educational potential.
The mission continues as a group started by Eric Greitens that helps wounded and disabled veterans find work when they return to the States. Eric's organization provides services to those who have heroically served their country, while letting them know that their abilities and their experience will always be valued by their fellow Americans.
Years ago, Betty Chin was homeless in China. Today, in Eureka, California, she provides for homeless people in her community, waking up at 4 in the morning to prepare food for the hungry, and working to build a shower and bathing facility for her city's homeless. These people know that in Betty, they have a friend and a caretaker for life.
Thank you for your commitment.
Thank you for making the world a better place.
Thank you.
Thank you for never giving up.
Gracias.
Thank you for going beyond.
Congratulations to the 2010 All-Stars among us. You are people of action who make a difference in the lives of others, and you serve as examples for us all.
Tonight, standing alongside the best ball players in the game are a group of people whose achievements aren't measured by home runs and strikeouts, Gold Gloves and World Series rings, but rather through the people they comfort, the communities they empower, and the lives they save. They are in every way all-stars. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and congratulate the all-stars among us. And now, please welcome from the cast of Fox's hit show Glee, Amber Riley.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Every day is so wonderful, and suddenly it's hard to breathe. Now and then I get insecure from all the pain. I'm so ashamed. You are beautiful, no matter what they say. Yes, words won't bring you down. You are beautiful. in every single way. Yes, words can't bring you down. Oh no. So don't you bring me down today. No matter what we do, no matter what we say. Yeah, 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 yeah. And everywhere we go, sun will always, always shine. 'Cause we are beautiful, no matter what they say. Yes, words can bring us down. Oh no, we are beautiful in every single way. Words can bring us down. Oh no, so don't you bring me down today. Don't you bring me down today. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, don't you bring me down today.
We are off and running in Anaheim, California, aren't we? Off to a good start. Some of the smiling faces of the players on display here tonight. They're just kids playing a kid's game. And a welcome back for Vladimir. We'll continue after this.
Where in the world did this thing come from?
Welcome to her world. From the creator of My Name is Earl. Raising Hope. Tuesdays this fall on Fox.
Matt sells trucks, and I'm jealous because here at the Ford Model Year-End Sales Event, all he really has to do is say, hey guys, did you know the F-Series is the best-selling truck in America for the last 33 years? Or, pardon me, sir, did you know the Ford Ranger's the most fuel-efficient pickup in the country? Now his job's even easier because the deals are even better. Unbelievable. Matt, how you doing? Get you anything? Latte? Nah, he's good.
Get an F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months or $6,500 in savings plus $1,000 bonus cash.
In other words, they're built Ford tough, right? I could do this all day.
Box 1457B was filled with partially cooked frozen chicken strips in a factory 2 months ago. It's been sitting here for the last 12 days. Odds are, it'll be here 17 more.
Here's an idea. We make them fresh, you eat them fresh. Introducing freshly prepared hand-breaded chicken tenders at Hardee's.
Freedom. We built this country on it. But what happens when someone takes away your freedoms? It's happening right now to your food. Learn more at choosetochoose.com. Sign the pledge to win $1,000 in free groceries. Stand up for food freedom.
The 10-piece fan feast, just $19.99 at KFC. 10 pieces of original recipe or grilled chicken, 2 large mashed potatoes and gravy, large coleslaw, and 5 biscuits, all just $19.99. Feed 5 for $4 each. The 10-piece fan feast, just $19.99 now at KFC.
Join Jake's tour of duty on 2.5 Men. The mission, band with your brothers.
Do you think I've been a good role model?
Are you kidding? You have different women here practically every night. You're the best role model a guy could want.
Weeknights at 6 on Fox 18.
Red Hot and Tony Tone from B100.
We're back for another round of Fox 18's Quad City Idol.
Auditions are July 31st. The finale August 7th.
Log on for details.
Fox 18's Quad City Idol brought to you by Ultimate Fitness, Doll Ford, and B100.
How I Met Your Mother, coming this fall to Fox 18.
Tonight, as we celebrate the spirit of philanthropy, we pause to remember the life and legacy of one of baseball's most iconic figures, the boss, George Steinbrenner, who passed away this morning at the age of 80. His unbridled passion for family, charity, and winning with his beloved New York Yankees, including 7 World Series championships, mark the cornerstone of a great American life. In his memory, please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you. To honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome once again Amber Riley.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We will take a quick break and then come back and set up tonight's All-Star game right after this as we continue from Anaheim.
How do you know when something's good? When something's safe? You talk to these guys. They go through every car and truck we make with a big fat red pencil. Because they know a family's gonna be inside. A teenager, a guy on the way to the job. The engineers of Chevrolet. Just another reason why we can offer a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. And another reason why a Chevy's a Chevy.
Can you imagine the game played on anything less than the most beautiful grass you've ever seen? Neither can we. Scott's, official lawn care company of Major League Baseball.
CC looks a bit rattled out there, and Dave Island is coming out for a visit.
Dave, I think we should put an organic garden in that bullpen.
I think we should organize a group hug for all of New York.
Mobile classrooms, that was your idea, wasn't it?
How about a pizza party for all of Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Senior prom for senior citizens.
I don't know about that one.
MLB teams are competing for a Pepsi Refresh grant. Vote for their ideas now at MLB.com/Pepsi Refresh.
You see that girl in the stands? She got some great ideas.
You're a con man, son. This is what you do.
I don't want to live like this anymore, Dad. I want something real.
I love you. You're amazing. That's why I married you.
I'm in love, Daddy.
Who are you in love with, son? Your fake wife or your fake girlfriend?
Both.
It's time to get back to football. The NFL returns this September on Fox.
Everything you knew about fantasy football is about to change. Fox Fantasy Football. Faster, stronger, smarter. Fox Fantasy Football. Play today at foxsports.com.
And welcome back to the Sharp All-Star pregame show on Fox. This year, Pepsi is giving away millions of dollars to fund ideas that are refreshing communities across America. As part of the Pepsi Refresh Project, 15 MLB teams are competing for a special $200,000 grant. Support your team by voting at PepsiRefresh.com. Right now, let's join public address announcer David Courtney.
Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's ceremonial first pitch, please welcome one of the game's all-time great hitters and the 16th player in Major League history to record 3,000 career hits. He played right here in Anaheim from 1979 through 1985 and was a key member of the Angels' first 2 American League Western Division championship teams in 1979 and 1982. Ladies and gentlemen, 7-time batting champion and Baseball Hall of Famer, Rod Carew, to throw to Torrey Hunter.
That was a solid first pitch. He had some heat on it. Good way to get this thing going. We'll come back and talk about this 81st MLB All-Star game right after this.
This place is great. So many cute guys here. Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a bacon club chalupa. Guys love bacon.
Like, that's really gonna work. Come on.
Hi. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
What is that you're wearing? It's intoxicating.
Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa is back. Bacon lovers rejoice.
Smells good.
And now welcome back to the Sharp All-Star pregame show on Fox. And welcome to what is a beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky here in Anaheim, California. It's in the mid-80s, and it's the American League taking on the National League. And now welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I am Joe Buck. Tim McCarver's coming right up. Well, the weather couldn't be any better. For the National League, they're going, when can we win one of these things? It's been forever. And if you look at this setup and this matchup, you've got an American League lineup that is as good as we've seen in a long, long time. But, Tim McCarver, you've got a National League side that, with their starting pitchers, might be able to hold that lineup in check.
Well, great pitching in both leagues has been the trend through the first half of the season, and the National League hopes it continues tonight. And why not? With Ubaldo Jimenez as the starter, the best record in baseball, 15-1, the best earned run average in baseball, Josh Johnson, then Adam Wainwright, and Roy Halladay with a perfect game to his credit. Those 4 guys, by the way, their combined record this year, 47-16. Not bad.
Okay, so who wins? Say it.
I think the American League has the advantage still, even with the pitching of the NL.
I picked the NL, and it's been forever since the National League won this thing. All right, so let's roll the clock back to 1996. Why 96? Well, it's the last time the NL won this thing. Troy Aikman won his 3rd ring with the boys, and now he gets to work with me. Lucky him. The Wizard wowed us for one last season. There was a rookie named Jeter who won his first championship, while a youngster named Mauer was the best all-around hitter in Minnesota. Little League, that is. Gas was around $1.30. ER was America's #1 show. And Tim and I, well, we looked like this. Unbelievable. I tell you what's really unbelievable, Mr. Know-It-All, it's been that long since the NL won this thing.
Tonight it's time to flip the switch. It's time for more of the same.
Hey, it's time to get this thing going. It's the 81st MLB All-Star Game from Anaheim, and it's coming up next on Fox.
First is fast. First is 4G, but plays nice with 3G as well. First has an 8-megapixel HD camera and can stream live video to the web. First has an HDMI out. First shares Wi-Fi with 8 devices at once. First is not Stephen First, who played Flounder in Animal House. First has a kickstand for watching video. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
Camera with wide-angle lens, $300. Identical camera with identical lens, 30% off on MasterCard Marketplace.
Wait, how much?
Ibuprofen, $12. X-ray, $90. Chiropractor, $200.
I'm okay.
A smarter way to shop online, priceless. Introducing MasterCardMarketplace.com, your personalized shopping experience with the things you want for less.
This is dedicated to a guy we all know, who taught you how to hit and how to throw. A bona fide star as coaches go, keeps the team moving on his Firestone. The players, umpires, folks in the stands see the Firestone performance and think it's grand. So here's to the coach and his Firestone 4 for taking us out to the ball game and more. Firestone.
Legendary drivers need legendary tires. Breathtaking.
Ladies, hello. It's me again, your TV. I cut your cable to show you a no-brainer, DirecTV. With DirecTV, you can record a show in this room, so the kids can watch it in this room. Or this room. Or perhaps this room. Any room. I'm talking options, ladies. You love them, DirecTV has them. So give them a call. DirecTV. It'll change your life.
Fox Monday, when a family member is accused of murder.
Who is this girl to you?
She's my sister.
Lightman will push the limits for the truth.
I'm gonna break you out of here.
And then what?
Let me catch a killer.
Only Lie to Me, Monday at 8, 7 Central on Fox. They're amateur chefs.
I am a college student.
Insurance salesman.
Software engineer.
They've mastered home cooking.
Southern smothered chicken.
Our loaded baked potato.
Beer cheese soup.
But can they take it to the next level?
This is a unique opportunity.
Gordon Ramsay and the producers of The Biggest Loser bring the world's biggest cooking competition to America.
I can hear the passion, but I can't taste it.
Which one will go from amateur chef to master chef?
I've been waiting for this all my life. Come here.
Master Chef starts cooking 2 weeks from tonight on Fox.
The 2010 All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Sharp Quatron TV technology. You have to see it to see it. By MasterCard. By Firestone, the official tire of Major League Baseball. And by The Other Guys, starring Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg in theaters August 6th. We are in Anaheim. It's Angels Stadium. And we're about to play baseball. 84 degrees and literally not a cloud in the sky. Here are both lineups brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun, and from two special guests from the Boys and Girls Clubs of America.
Hello, my name is Esther Madrigal, and here is the starting lineup for the National League. First, batting is Hanley Ramirez. Second, Martin Prado. Third, Albert Pujols. Fourth, Ryan Howard. Fifth, David Wright. Sixth, Ryan Braun. And from our local LA Dodgers, Andre Ethier is seventh. Eighth, Corey Hart. And ninth for Yadier Molina.
Hi, my name is Zaire McClare, and I'm announcing the starting lineup for the American League. The first batter is Ichiro Suzuki. The second batter is Derek Jeter. The third batter is Miguel Cabrera. The fourth batter is Josh Hamilton. The fifth batter is Vlad Guerrero, and the Angels miss you. The sixth batter is Evan Longoria. The seventh batter is Joe Mauer. The eighth batter is Robinson Cano, and the ninth batter is Kyle Crawford.
Bravo! Bravo! How cute was that? And he's right. The Angels do miss Vladimir Guerrero. And here are the numbers for David Price. He gets the ball here to start the game for the American League, taking on the National League side. And we will run through the lineup one more time for you before we start. And it's our Sprint pitcher profile for the lefty from Tampa Bay.
For David Price, first-time All-Star, second left-hander selected from the Rays. The first was Scott Kazmir. And David Price, also the first Rays pitcher to start an All-Star game.
And so while he gets ready, we will remind you that this game is brought to you by Budweiser, official beer of the thirst inning, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish.
Budweiser, it's what we do. And now the Ford keys to the game, AL, NL.
Hard to figure out what's going to happen, but I think the National League has to take advantage of their pitchers more than the American League. What a lineup the American League has. As an example, Joe Mauer, who's won 3 batting titles, is batting 7th. So I think the American League's got to use it, and we'll see how they do against the National League pitching.
So that's your team. You're picking the AL again here tonight.
I'm leaning toward the AL, yes.
So you're going to broadcast with a heavy bias against the National League. Is that what we're talking about?
No, that's not what we're talking.
Here's Hanley Ramirez, who is the shortstop for the Florida Marlins.
I will say this, Joe, that if the National League wins this game, Hanley Ramirez will be a star. He is some ball player.
Big, strong shortstop from the Florida Marlins, and we're going to see a lot of that here tonight. A couple of things. Hitters don't want to get into hitting counts where they're behind in the count with the kind of firepower they're going to see on the mound. And secondly, you can see the shadow or the glare behind the pitcher. Here early, it's going to be very hard to see the ball and hit it. There's a strike in the count 0-2. Hanley Ramirez, 2006 Rookie of the Year. Only player in the last 3 years with 20 or more homers, 25 or more stolen bases. And across baseball has the most home runs at that position. He is, as I said, big and strong, really put together. Martin Prado on deck, and then Albert Pujols here to start for the National League. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Foul backing out of play. 99 miles per hour from the lefty David Price. Part of that great young pitching that the Tampa Bay Rays feature down in Florida.
Particularly their starters. You're going to see high 90s and even 100 miles an hour tonight. Maybe from Jimenez in the bottom of this inning.
Little roller to the first baseman. Cabrera takes it to the bag. His first time as an AL All-Star, and that's out number 1. So we'll just give you the numbers and talk about this streak that the American League has been on. Unbeaten in 13 straight. There was the tie in 2002. 7 straight wins since then, and that means 7 straight wins since the This Time It Counts campaign, where the winner of this game, that league, will have home field advantage in this year's World Series.
Joe, you talked about how difficult it is to see, and that's certainly the case. Martin Prado asking Ramirez as he went to the plate about how it was to see, and Ramirez didn't give him a real positive answer.
So with 1 out, here's Martin Prado, who's hitting .325, and that average leads the National League. And just poured in at 98 for strike 1. We're not going to see a lot of offense tonight.
No. That's some high-octane gas from Price.
1 out, nobody on, and Prado from the Atlanta Braves takes a breaking ball for strike number 2. On deck is Pujols. David Price is the youngest All-Star starter since Doc Gooden, at the age of 23, started in '88. Obviously representing the New York Mets. Price is 24 and kicking it for a moment, but recovering with a good play is Cano. And it's 2 out, nobody on, and that was a good play on a tough chance to his left.
That ball in between Hop and Robinson Cano has a shortstop's arm at second base, and that's why he made that play relatively easily, even after the boot, retrieving and had Prado easily.
Here comes Albert Pujols, who is 6 for 17 in past All-Star games. Wearing a new helmet designed by Rawlings. It's a little smaller than the one they came out with last year to try and help guard against concussions and head injuries. First pitch is low for ball 1. And a chopper foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Albert Pujols is on pace with what he's done so far in the first half of 2010 to become the first player in Major League Baseball history to have 10 straight seasons of 30 or more home runs, 100 or more RBIs, and an average of 300 or better.
Babe Ruth did it 8 times. Lou Gehrig and Pujols have done it 9 times.
That's high for ball 2. Pujols, a 3-time MVP, the Rookie of the Year in 2001. And he's right in the middle with Gehrig to his right, Babe Ruth to his left. Here's a 2-1. That is a rocket into right center field. Ichiro over to get it, and the inning is over. And somebody gets a souvenir out in the seats in right center field. Ichiro can do it all. Price, a perfect first inning. Bottom half coming up. AL batting, no score.
This place is great. So many cute guys here.
Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a bacon club chalupa. Guys love bacon.
Like, that's really gonna work. Come on.
Hi. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
What is that you're wearing? It's intoxicating.
Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa is back. Bacon lovers rejoice.
Smells good.
Every day you check the weather, check the time, check the news online, check the wife, check the kids, check your email messages, check the money in the bank, check the gas in the tank, check that hottie walking by with that to do no things. Check the new hairdo, check the mic 1, 2, cause I'm about to drop some knowledge right on top of you. You check a lot of things already, why not add one more that can help the situation for sure. Check your credit score. FreeCreditScore.com. Free credit score. You won't regret it at all.
Offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
A good reputation is difficult to attain. A reputation for unsurpassed quality and industry-leading customer service even more so. Which is why it must be earned. Every day, every mile, with every driver. We've earned ours by relentlessly asking one simple question. How can we make it even better tomorrow? Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
Hello, Balthazar. I'm back. For centuries, there has been a battle between good
I have journeyed over 1,000 years, keeping mankind safe.
and evil. I love my job.
Hang on.
What you just did is impossible.
Tomorrow, there's no such thing as no such thing. This should be a lot of fun. Ooh. The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Rated PG. Tomorrow.
Still haven't found lunch yet? These links are killing me. Try Bing. Oh, that's better. The Crow's Nest. It's 3 stars, and it's just over there. Well, we're not going back that way.
Introducing Bing Mobile. Now the decision engine from Microsoft goes wherever you go.
The 2010 All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By DirecTV. Watch and record in multiple rooms with just one DVR. And by FreeCreditScore.com. Get your score. Here is Ubaldo Jimenez. What else do you want a guy to do in the first half of the season? A record of 15-1. And that fastball rides up and away to Ichiro to start his night. Third Dominican-born pitcher to start an All-Star game after Mario Soto in '83, Pedro Martinez, Ubaldo's idol, in '99. Little pop-up left side of the field. Hanley Ramirez is out. That's out number 1. And now for a special moment, let's throw it to public address announcer David Courtney.
Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next batter, we turn to the voice of legendary New York Yankee public address announcer Bob Shepard, who passed away this weekend at the age of 99.
Now batting for the American League from the New York Yankees, the shortstop, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
And that's how Derek Jeter will walk to the plate the rest of his time as a Yankee. Passing away this past weekend, Bob Shepard at the age of 99 as Ubaldo Jimenez misses low with ball 1.
And you mentioned George Steinbrenner at the age of 80. Rest assured there will be 2 more monuments added to Monument Park at Yankee Stadium next year.
Here comes a 1-0 pitch to Jeter. That's low. 2 balls, no strikes. And for Bob Shepard, just his speech and overall presence seemed like a last link to the precision and elegance of another era. The way he did that job was better than anybody who's ever done it. 96-mile-per-hour fastball rides up and in and sends Jeter back to the on-deck circle.
Fastball up and in to Derek Jeter. And you get the feeling with the arms that both sides have that only a pitcher who gets wild is going to be the guy who gets in trouble.
There's a strike on 3-0. Add to that, when you've got 96, it's riding up and in, and you can't see it with the glare behind the pitcher. Can't be a very comforting feeling. With 1 out, nobody on, walk to Jeter. So Jeter, who's a career .429 hitter during All-Star game play, is on with 1 out, and Miguel Cabrera is coming up, and here is the sprint pitcher profile for Jimenez.
It's just like David Price of the Rays, first-time All-Star selection for Jimenez, and the first Rockies pitcher to start an All-Star game.
So with 1 on, 1 out, first pitch is a strike on the inside corner to Miguel Cabrera. It's Cabrera now. It's Josh Hamilton on deck, right in the middle of this American League lineup. And a little flare into right field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Derek Jeter will turn and go to third. And just like that, the American League has first and third with 1 out in the first inning.
Cabrera jammed on the pitch, but strong enough to get it over the head of Martin Prado. Jeter, an outstanding base runner, off at the crack of the bat. He didn't wait, going to third easily.
So for a guy in Miguel Cabrera, who's the first Tiger to have 20 homers, over 70 RBIs, 330-plus batting average at the break, first guy to do it for the Tigers since Norm Cash in 1961. Having an MVP type season, he's on at first, and another guy doing a lot of the same things is at the plate, and Josh Hamilton. For the first place Texas Rangers, and a breaking ball falls in for strike 1. Jimenez certainly has the ability with his pitching stuff. He struck out 113 so far in the first half to get out of this, and he's ahead on the count 0-2 to Hamilton. That's as hard as Ubaldo has thrown in this first inning, 98.
That was a late swing, and I don't think Hamilton saw that pitch that well.
Infield is in a bit. The 0-2 pitch. Back to Jimenez to second, out. Hanley Ramirez in the middle, and we're scoreless through 1. 1-6-3 on the double play. Nicely turned by Jimenez and Hanley Ramirez. Into the second in Anaheim. No score.
At Sharp, our goal is to reproduce every color in the world on TV. Introducing Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds a 4th color, yellow, to the standard RGB color system, creating a vast array of colors you can't see with your TV's 3-color technology. But you can see this. Whoa! Oh my.
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
I like your messy hair. I like the clothes you wear. I like the way you sing. And when you dance with me, you always make me smile. I don't know why.
We believe you're at your best when you can truly be yourself. And at Holiday Inn, you always can. Holiday Inn. Stay you.
So get this. Kraft mac and cheese, right? But you bake it in the oven. Well, Kraft Corporation, I'm on to you. Going after the grown-ups and trying to muscle me out, but I'm not going anywhere.
Kraft macaroni and cheese. You know you love it.
Before you see Despicable Me, download the Best Buy Movie Mode app. Then use it during the 3D end credits, and it'll translate what the minions are saying. You are kind of cute. Go to bestbuymoviemode.com.
Once upon a time, a bunch of guys got together with a crazy idea. Go farther, faster than mankind ever had before. They dreamt with their hands, and the world watched and waited with bated breath. While time has marched on and priorities have changed, it's nice to know America still builds rockets. the 2011 Corvette, only from Chevrolet.
The before, the expectation, the flow, the B vitamins, then carbs to ignite. Introducing new Gatorade Prime, part of the G Series.
Introducing our Quatron Quad Pixel technology. It adds yellow to the standard RGB color system for colors never before seen on TV. Notice the lifelike color on this yellow seahorse. Oh, sorry. Yellowish seahorse on your TV with 3-color technology. Observe the stunning blue sea. In your mind, that is. Well, you get the picture. Actually, you don't.
Quatron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
For the National League, it'll be the heart of their lineup. Ryan Howard, David Wright, Ryan Braun against the left-hander, David Price. It is 2 and out for David Price in all likelihood. Same for Jimenez, who'll go back out there for another. And the fastball is poured in for a strike. And you can see some of the reactions these hitters are having. Pujols had a reaction coming back after lining out into right center field to end the top of the first inning that tells you all you need to know about how hard it is to see from the batter's box. One ball, one strike on Ryan Howard.
Facing the best pitchers in the game.
Yeah,
and
good
the
luck.
hardest throwers.
Yeah, have a nice night.
All right.
Have fun. Enjoy yourself. 2 balls and a strike to the 2005 Rookie of the Year, the 2006 MVP, Andy Pettitte, getting loose. He'll be next in for the AL. Howard just gets a piece. The count 2-2. For Ryan, he's had at least 45 home runs and at least 135 RBIs in each of the last 4 years. That's the best streak among active players.
Saw Andy Pettitte. Cliff Lee will follow Andy Pettitte. So Price, Pettitte, and Lee, the first 3 American League pitchers tonight.
A strikeout is the first of the night for either side. It belongs to David Price. It's the way the second inning begins.
98-mile-an-hour fastball gets Ryan Howard. I figure if there are a lot of balls where hitters make contact, they're going to hit the ball the other way. That's how hard both pitchers are throwing.
You mentioned the AL side. For the National League, it'll be Jimenez and then Josh Johnson, and it could be 2 and 2 from each. And Josh Johnson, if you don't know about him, has the best ERA in baseball at 1.7. Strike one on David Wright. David Wright represents the Mets. Had a great June, hit .404, 29 RBIs, was the player of the month. He's hit .386 overall since June 11th. That's the opposite way. Cano dives, knocks it down, and can't make the play. Had a couple of cracks at it and just lost it. David Wright is on with 1 out, and they rule it a base hit.
It was a tough play for Cano, similar to that play that he made on Prado. But when he finally came up with it, he dropped it. And David Wright has the first National League hit.
Who are the umpires in this game? Mike Riley is the crew chief. He's behind home plate. Mike Winters is at first. Brian Onora at second. Laz Diaz at third. Bruce Dreckman down the left field line, and Jim Wolfe down the right field line. Batter is Ryan Braun, who's hitting .292, 13 home runs, 54 RBIs for the Brewers. We've had a disappointing first half. NL Central is led by Cincinnati. They have a 1-game lead over St. Louis. Milwaukee's 8.5 out. And the production for Ryan Braun, former Rookie of the Year, is down so far here in 2010. A base hit by Wright, his 5th in an All-Star game, and that is a foul ball down the third baseline. Holiday Inn, the official partner of Road Trips, and MLB are supporting the Susan G. Komen Foundation and Stand Up to Cancer with a $1,000 donation for every hit during the game tonight.
This was a road trip that every player in uniform was glad to take and glad to make.
And how many people got on airline waiting lists, got on the plane because there were big leaguers who were canceling trips for about a 3-day stretch there as the rosters were evolving up until yesterday.
That's right.
98-mile-an-hour fastball misses, up and away, 2-1. Ryan Braun is 0 for 5 in All-Star action. And as you see, the first Brewer to start 3 consecutive All-Star games. Here's a 2-1. Shattered bat. Longoria gets the lead man and got them both. 5-4-3 on the double play, and well turned by Longoria and Cano in the middle. Bottom of the second rolls in Anaheim. No score.
Among guys, Budweiser has become a kind of currency. Helping a friend move gets you a 6-pack. Up 3 flights? That's more. Dog sitting for the weekend? Well, that depends on the dog. Riding in the middle seat has its own benefits. The last wing is worth 1. The celery's worthless. Flying blind into a double date for your buddy earns you a case. Though, on occasion, you may owe him. So pay up with the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser.
Just one smile? How about now? Smile now? And now. I can't believe you're never gonna smile. All right, you're gonna make me sing. Shannon's never gonna smile. She's gonna go. Hey. No, come on, they look good.
Really?
How do they feel?
Kind of weird.
Well, you look beautiful.
Thanks, Dad.
Snatching stuff takes. Oh, what is going on in here?
It's okay, relax. Watch this. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Dave.
Wow. Is that your agent?
It's the jingle. Try it.
No.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
With a sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
And the girl from 4E?
And can I get a hot tub?
Nice.
Find out what else State Farm agents can do for you at yagent.com.
There are engines, and then there's the twin turbocharging, 365 horsepower generating EcoBoost engine in the Taurus Show from Ford that has the thirst of a V6 with the thrust of a V8. The most innovative full-size sedan in America is now highest ranked in initial quality. The Taurus Show from Ford. Drive one.
In the NYPD, there's the cops we look up to.
We know.
You're the best.
Hey, if I want to hear you talk, I will shut my arm and work your mouth like a puppet.
Real characters. And then there's the other guys.
I want to do good cop, bad cop. I come strong, and then you come in.
Got it. I want to know everything. Hey, well, I'll talk to you. You're reasonable. You want to talk to me?
I thought you said bad cop, bad cop.
The other guys. Rated PG-13.
Well, he's back, and he's an American League All-Star representing Texas, Vladimir Guerrero.
Most RBIs and home runs for any player who changed teams last winter. What a year he is having for the Rangers.
Fastball is poured in for a strike from Jimenez. Vladimir Guerrero's 35. Spent 6 years here with the Angels. He's gotten his legs back. It took him a year to get over knee surgery, something that slowed him down last year. But his numbers and his production from last year to this year, it's been a drastic jump. You look at most all time, the 300 average, 25 or more home run seasons. He's on the list with some of the greats of the game. He chases a pitch in the dirt, and Vladimir is gone. And he swings at anything. You look at last season to this season, already more production, more homers, more RBIs, a much better average this year with Texas, and a huge reason why they're on top in the AL West, and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim are not.
Waving at that 2-strike pitch, that was toes high.
Is that the cast of Glee that recorded that for us, or was that someone else? It was. Thank you. Pitch up and in, and the count 2-0. And Longoria's heart's about to jump out of his uniform top watching these upper 90s fastballs right up and in under his chin.
Well, the thing about Jimenez's fastball is it's not only fast, it's hard. David Price throws a light, high fastball, not Jimenez.
But it's such an easy delivery.
Yeah, well, he's a big, strong guy.
26 years old, signed as a 17-year-old out of the Dominican Republic. Fires a strike. And a player who lives in downtown Denver, walks to and from the ballpark, and lives with his mother and father.
About a 5-minute walk from Coors Field.
Here's a shot into left field off the bat of Longoria and past the outstretched glove of Ryan Braun. It's a 1-out double, and the first extra base hit belongs to Longoria.
Longoria lightning fast inside. American League pitchers know that, not National Leaguers, however. Longoria from Downey, California, about 20 minutes from here. That's the hardest hit ball by far from either side thus far.
Went to Long Beach State Rookie of the Year in 2008. And he's a guy that just came to the big leagues looking like he'd been here for 10 years.
Yep.
And about 6 minutes later, the Rays signed him to a contract extension. Here's a pitch inside to Joe Mauer, who is a 3-time American League batting champion, batting in the number 7 spot, and off to a slow start by his standards, hitting just .293. That's off the end of the bat into left center field, and Ethier, who has never played center field in the big leagues, makes the catch. 2 out. The 2010 All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. With full flavor and a crisp, clean finish, it's what we do. Little nod out to the mound, and Jimenez from Robinson Cano, who is 5th in the American League with that average of .336, and a guy who you believe someday will win a batting title.
We did our first game, our first Saturday game was Tampa Bay against the Yankees this year, and I think that Robinson Cano sometime in the next 5 years will win a batting title.
And he's almost in that MVP type category because that back shoulder stays up. He gets great backspin on the ball, and he has as much power as anybody in this lineup today.
And he has 10 home runs against left-handed pitching this year.
Pulled the string, Jimenez did, in the count 1 ball 1 strike. He leads second baseman across baseball with his hit total since his debut on May the 3rd of 2005, and he's hit 16 home runs, tied for 10th in the AL with 58 RBIs. A 1-1. Chop to the right side. Martin Prado takes care of it. We've played 2 scoreless in Anaheim. Back after this from your local Fox station.
Accused of accidentally shooting his son in the head. First on Fox, now an arrest warrant in Moline. We'll have the latest on the investigation and the child's condition tonight after the All-Star Game on the Fox 18 9 o'clock news.
Experience fast in all its forms. The IS line at Lou Jack Lexus of the Quad Cities.
Say howdy to the new Subway Smoked Pulled Pork. This big old foot-long sub is a stampede of flavor with tender smoked pulled pork bathed in a rich barbecue sauce that you can smell clear across the canyon. Choose your favorites and make it your own with all the fresh veggies you want on freshly baked bread. The new Subway Smoked Pulled Pork Sub. Shake hands with your new partner in the Great Flavor Roundup. Crank up the flavor at Subway.
Now is the time to get out there. Because at Jeep, we pledge to give you adventure. We pledge to show you more. We pledge to bring freedom within reach. And with our Pledge Plus program, we'll make your payments for 60 days when you finance a 2010 Liberty, Compass, or Patriot. And if you change your mind, then we'll take it back. Or, as an alternative to 60-day offers, well-qualified lessees can get Liberty Sport for $289 a month. I live, I ride, I am. Jeep.
Casey's, it's all good. Much more to choose from. During July at Casey's General Stores, choose any 2 Dr. Pepper, 7-Up, A&W, or Sunkist 20-ounce sodas for only $2. Take home 2 large single-topping homemade to-go pizzas for only $19.99. And stop into any Casey's. Find the word of the week, then visit Casey's.com to register to win free gas for a year. Not valid with any other offer. No purchase necessary. See store for details. It's all good in the summertime. Casey's General Store.
When baseball's biggest stars come out, they shine brightest on MLB Network. With over 100 live games this season. And live look-ins to all the games on MLB Tonight.
And there it goes!
MLB Network. The sky is the limit. Find your channel number at MLBnetwork.com.
Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by DirecTV. Now all the TVs in your home can be connected to just one DVR. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Andy Pettitte into the game. He has put together one of, if not the best, first halves of the season in his long career. He's 38. He's front and center when the Yankees won it all in 1996. And he deals with Andre Ethier, who fouls it away, strike 2. Ethier is making the start playing center field, as I mentioned, for the first time in his major league career. He made the putout on the ball hit by Mauer in the second. Representing the Dodgers, had a very good start to the season, and he is out on the strikeout to begin Andy Pettitte's night.
He cut fastball. Andy Pettitte's made a lot of money on that pitch.
In his career, this is his best winning percentage after a half at 11-2. And it's his best ERA, Andy Pettitte, after half the season. It's at 2.70 for the first place Yankees, the team with the best record in the game. Here is Corey Hart. And from the Milwaukee Brewers, he takes a strike.
There's a lot of talk about the core 4. Those are the 4 players with the Yankees: Mariano Rivera, Derek Jeter, that will be in the Hall of Fame. Then there's Andy Pettitte and Jorge Posada. Andy Pettitte is 103 games over 500. No pitcher in the history of baseball has ever been 100 games over 500 and not gone into the Hall of Fame. So you might book him there too.
On 0-2, that pitch is outside. A ball and 2 strikes on Corey Hart. Hart's first half. He already hit more home runs here in 2010 than he did all of last year. He's hit 21. That's tied for the 3rd best total in the National League. And he just ticks it into the glove of Joe Mauer, and that's back-to-back strikeouts for Andy Pettitte.
Another cutter out of the strike zone. So Hart down on strikes.
And he did not get a piece of it. That was a swing and a miss, and that noise was the baseball hitting the dirt. Scooped up by Mauer, and it's 2 out, nobody on for the number 9 man, Yadier Molina. He was having a disappointing year swinging the bat. And he grounds it right up the middle with a base hit. That's the second hit of the night for the National League. And Yadier, who had a hit and an RBI in last year's All-Star game, is on. Turn the lineup over and get it back to Hanley Ramirez. Ken Rosenthal is with us weekend after weekend. And Ken, this is a special night and a special time here in Southern California for Andy Pettitte.
It sure is, Joe. This is his first All-Star appearance since 2001. His oldest sons, Josh and Jared, were 6 and 3 then. Now they're 15 and 12, and all they want to do is shag fly balls in the outfield.
Well, they've done that, and now they've watched their dad pitch a scoreless first inning of work. We're into the bottom of the 3rd inning. 2 hits each side, no score.
believe you're at your best when you can truly be yourself. And at Holiday Inn, you always can. Holiday Inn. Stay you.
Can utility be a poster? Can utility keep you up at night, dreaming? Can utility put thoughts in your head? Depends on what you mean by utility. The new Cayenne and Cayenne S Hybrid, born from Porsche Intelligent Performance to be lighter, more agile, more efficient. More Porsche than ever.
Yeah, no, she hates going there. Yeah. Oh, I know. That was cute. Right. Honey, eat.
Kraft macaroni and cheese. You know you love it.
We're tired of people thinking we're just jocks.
That all we're good at is hitting home runs.
And throwing 95-mile-an-hour fastballs.
Man, we're more than that.
We're more than that, man.
This year, Pepsi is giving away millions
to fund ideas that will make the world a better place.
It's called the Pepsi Refresh Project.
This great program allows anyone to submit ideas for a chance to win a Pepsi Refresh grant.
So our teams have submitted ideas that you can vote for.
Ideas like refreshing baseball fields,
providing a friendly face for the disabled,
keeping kids safe by building better playgrounds.
We're all competing for a special Pepsi Refresh grant that's worth $200,000.
It's up to you to decide which team will win.
Thank you, Pepsi, for helping to refresh communities across America. And remember, every time you choose Pepsi, you support the Pepsi Refresh Project. Support your team's idea by voting at MLB.com/Pepsi Refresh.
We speak of the Pepsi Refresh Project. We have some winners celebrating with us tonight. Pepsi is giving away millions of dollars to fund ideas that are refreshing communities across America. So keep choosing Pepsi and support the Pepsi Refresh Project. Well, maybe it's an introduction to biggest audience for Josh Johnson. The hard-throwing right-hander underwent Tommy John surgery in August of 2007. And less than a year removed from Tommy John surgery, Johnson has won 31 of his last 40 decisions, and he has the best ERA in baseball. Carl Crawford first up, took a strike, and now a ball. So in this case, it's Josh Johnson who is throwing for the first time to Yadier Molina as Crawford fouls it out of play. And in the top of this inning, it was Joe Mauer catching Andy Pettitte for the first time. And we'll play you their conversation when Andy came to the mound. Right now, here's what the two said to one another.
Hey, Andy. What is that for me? Fastball? You need to know sinker or four-seamer? I'd like to, yeah. Okay. You want me to wiggle one for sinker? Yeah. Okay. Straight one for four-seamer? Okay. Three is a cutter. Okay. Third ball, two for changeup. Okay. Sounds good. First time out of the straight. First time. Sounds good. All right, but I'll keep it in front of you, right?
That first question was the most important. Do you want to know whether the fastball's a sinker or a cutter? Because they're on either sides of the plate. The cutter is on the right-hand side of the plate, inside the right-handers, and the sinker outside the right-handed batters. So catchers like to know that.
Ichiro, his first time, popped up. Now he's in the hole 1 and 2. Joe Mauer was 12 years old when Andy Pettitte came to the big leagues. Minnesota native. Ichiro strikes out, and Johnson just blew it by him at 98 miles per hour. 2 out in the bottom of the third.
So what does Josh Johnson feature? He's got a fastball, a changeup, and a slider. And all 3 pitches are among the top 10. It's certainly in the National League, maybe in baseball. All 3 pitches. That's why his earned run average is 170 coming in.
Josh Johnson, part of a Marlin team that surprised everybody last season by finishing second, as that one's just poured in for strike one. Second in their division behind Philadelphia, who made it to the World Series and lost to Derek Jeter and the Yankees. Jeter walked his first time, and now a late swing and a foul for strike two. I mean, right now it just doesn't even look fair. Not that baseball, the matchup of anybody trying to hit these pitchers.
Seems like one of those games where you should have started the game in the fourth inning.
Especially with what's going on behind the pitcher and the hitter's backdrop, as that drives Derek Jeter off the plate with 2 out, nobody on, ball one.
That's the second time Jeter has been driven back off the plate. First by Jimenez and now by Johnson.
Whether intentional or not, if you're Josh Johnson and you have the ability to pitch inside and do that, comes inside again with his pitching stuff. It's the reason why his ERA is 1.7. Own the inside part of the plate, no matter who's up there, and in this case it's Derek Jeter, who has more hits than any Yankee in New York Yankee history, with 2,847.
So he is 153 hits shy of becoming the first Yankee ever to have 3,000 hits.
And this is his 11th time as an American League All-Star. A 1-2. 2-2. His contract is finished after this year. He had a career year in some respects last year at the age of 35. His numbers are down this year, but I would be shocked if he goes anywhere and if he plays in any uniform other than the one he's wearing the rest of his time in the big leagues. Yankee captain with a full count, 3-2. The 2 out, nobody on, 3-2 pitch is fouled out of play. This may surprise you. Derek Jeter, through 36 years old, 17 days, has more hits than Pete Rose did at that age, and Pete, the all-time career hits leader, with 4,256. 3-2. Breaking ball has Jeter frozen and sends us into the fourth. 2 strikeouts in the inning, and that wry smile on the face of Derek Jeter. Beautiful day in Southern California. No score.
Building families. Building traditions. Building communities. Building lives. Building what's important for more than 90 years. Chevy Silverado Half-Ton, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy and the most dependable, longest-lasting full-size pickups on the road.
For well over a century now, baseball has been helping bond parents and children, unite communities, close generation gaps, overcome language barriers, seal friendships, patch up differences, and instill civic pride. Bank of America is a proud supporter of our national pastime and the opportunities it provides to bring us all closer together.
This place is great. So many cute guys here. Mm-hmm. Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a bacon club chalupa. Yeah, guys love bacon.
Like, that's really gonna work. Come on.
Hi. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
What is that you're wearing? It's intoxicating.
Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa is back. Bacon lovers rejoice.
Smells good.
Gather round, y'all. I'll sing you a song about our MVP, the amazing Team Mom. She rides on Firestones and always comes through, even been known to fix a boo-boo or two. Firestone. From practice to the game and back again, her Firestone tires are a mom's best friend. One sweet way to ride, away or at home. Behind every great team, there's a great Team Mom.
Firestone.
Legendary drivers need legendary tires.
Welcome to the Inheritance Store.
What we try to do is help people get big, fat, whopping inheritance checks from relatives they didn't even know they had.
What information do you need from me?
And if I could just get your social security number, street you grew up on, your mother's maiden name, your mother's father, mother's mother, father's father. Do you have a favorite dead pet by any chance?
Sarah.
Could you write that down?
Chevrolet is proud to support youth baseball and is offering future All-Stars a ballpark makeover. Go to ChevyBaseball.com to enter your community. Great effort, worthwhile, and now as we go to the fourth inning with no score and very little action, Torrey Hunter takes over in center field. The 9-time Gold Glove Award winner. Josh Hamilton moves over to right. Ichiro's out. Hunter will bat in the leadoff spot, and here's Prado going after the first pitch. Grounds to Jeter in the hole. Long throw for the out. One away. The new pitcher is Cliff Lee. The often talked about Cliff Lee, and it finally happened. He was traded to the Texas Rangers on Friday. And the guy who told Cliff Lee to go pitch in this fourth inning, Joe Girardi, is the manager of the Yankees and the manager of the American League side, and we haven't seen much offense with the, I would imagine, the hitter's backdrop. It's tough to see down there.
It is tough to see, and until these shadows go away, it's going to be tough. And when you have guys with the velocity that they do, it even makes it harder.
Joe and Joe, I don't know if you realize this or not, but guess whose house Cliff Lee was renting in Seattle?
I have no idea.
Jamie Moyer's.
Aha. From one lefty to another.
Yeah, that's right. Everything in the house is left-handed.
0-2 is the count on Pujols, and now a strikeout on 3 pitches. We have to ask you, we talked about it in your office, Joe, about how your day started, getting the message and learning of the passing of George Steinbrenner. I know you manage this game, and you have a lot of players with you with heavy hearts tonight.
Yeah, our hearts are extremely heavy. He meant so much to the New York Yankees, the city of New York, and to us individually. I mean, I think about how he's changed my career. He brought me over as a player. I had a chance to win 3 championships. And I don't think if I don't have that relationship with Mr. Steinbrenner, I'm probably not managing here, and I'm probably not managing as quickly in the big leagues had I not had a chance to play in the World Series. So he has changed my life dramatically, and for that I am forever grateful. And we're just going to miss him. He would show up in the clubhouse in Tampa when we were playing the Rays, and it just seemed to fire all the guys up, and he's that kind of guy.
Here's a broken back ground ball to the right side. Cano makes the play. Joe, thanks for your time. We'll talk more about Mr. Steinbrenner. We appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thanks, guys.
It's Joe Girardi. We're through 3.5 in Anaheim. No score.
We speak value, and people like what we're saying about how Fusion is projected to hold its resale value better than Camry and has better quality than Accord. As a matter of fact, people like what we're saying so much, Ford Fusion is now the 2010 Motor Trend Car of the Year. The Fusion from Ford. Get in and drive one.
I actually had a girlfriend. She gave me a call one day and said, you know what, I think I'm a Boston fan. I said, you know what, I don't think this is going to work out.
We have bats, hats, mugs, t-shirts, keychains,
posters, bobbleheads.
I've been to at least 1,000 games.
You give your team 100%.
Rain, snow, sleet, I'm there.
Now get 20% off the ways you show it. Use your MasterCard to get 20% off MLB gear and access exclusive fan experiences. Because loyalty,
I will be buried in my Yankee jersey,
is priceless.
This girl I know so into her social networking. She spends her whole day tweeting and status updating. But this girl should be friending freecreditscore.com. Cause all that wireless spending has done her credit score wrong.
With the score alerts,
she'd have seen it coming.
She could have gone to work
on it, but now she's bumming.
Offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
Well, before we came to Lowe's, we tried another paint to cover our striped living room walls. We were told it would cover easily.
Slight exaggeration.
Huge exaggeration. Thankfully, Samantha here told us about high-def color.
I just told them about our new high-def signature color from Valspar. The built-in primer gives you excellent coverage, plus it's our fastest, most durable paint with superior color accuracy. I'm guessing you don't miss the stripes?
We don't miss the stripes at all.
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Stop that kid! He's crazy!
Sorry, ma'am. This king's insane. So much beef for $3.99.
New Steakhouse XT burgers from BK starting at $3.99. The King's going crazy.
They needed somebody to take the blame.
I'm innocent! Somebody is setting me up!
We bring her in or we bring her down.
They took everything from me. I'm not a Russian spy.
She was telling the truth. All hell's about to break loose.
She's here. Salt, rated PG-13.
Miguel Cabrera singled his first time. He takes a 97-mile-per-hour fastball down and away from Josh Johnson. Adrian Gonzalez takes over at first base. Albert Pujols' night is over. He'll end it 0 for 2 and now 6 of 19 as an all-star. Counts 2-0. Cabrera, then Josh Hamilton, then Vladimir Guerrero. Very little action. Pitching dominated through the first 3.5, and now David Wright to his left takes care of Cabrera. 1 out. Cabrera is gone, and Josh Hamilton will be the batter. And if anything starts to shake loose, Hong-Chi Kuo is getting ready in the bullpen. He has been absolutely lethal against left-handed hitters so far in 2010.
0 for 31 left-handed hitters against Kuo so far this year.
And now Verlander, who was a late addition, Justin Verlander of the Tigers, is getting loose. There's a strike to Josh Hamilton. We talked to Joe Girardi about it. He has every reason to manage this game to win it and try and secure home field advantage. Certainly the same for Charlie Manuel. His Phillies have won the NL pennant the last 2 years. As you know, the winner of this game, that side, gets home field advantage in the upcoming World Series. Why is it a big deal? Since 1985, the team with home field advantage has won 19 of the 24 World Series played. And you see it in the shaping of the rosters. As Hamilton fouls it away, guys like Omar Infante, who can play all over. 3 setup type relievers, now 4 with the addition of Kuo, that are available to each manager total. There's a 1-2. 2-2. There's one big factor, though, that's not here this year for the American League, and that's Mariano Rivera. It was 4 for 4 in save chances in all-star games with an ERA of 0. Here's a fly ball down the left field line. Braun with a diving catch for the out. Ryan Braun in toward the line made the catch to rob Josh Hamilton.
Remember, that ball was tailing away from Braun, and the diving play. A lot of guys get hurt on plays like that because their hand curls up and the body falls on the hand, but Braun appears to be all right.
And a smile on the face of Josh Johnson, the former third baseman who is getting better and better in the outfield. Ryan Braun from LA makes the play, and now the former Angel flails at 1, 98 miles per hour, strike 1. Guerrero struck out his first time. Already 75 RBIs for the Texas Rangers, who at the break lead the Angels by 4.5 games.
And that is the biggest lead of any division, 4.5. So things very, very competitive everywhere.
99 from Johnson. It's 2-1. 50-38 record for the Rangers. That's a soft liner caught by Adrian Gonzalez. We're just settling in, and we're into the 5th. Tim hasn't even finished his hot dog yet. Ryan Braun with a diving catch to his right. No score.
CC looks a bit rattled out there, and Dave Island is coming out for a visit.
Dave, I think we should put an organic garden in that bullpen.
I think we should organize a group hug for all of New York.
Mobile classrooms, that was your idea, wasn't it?
How about a pizza party for all of Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Senior prom for senior citizens. I don't know about that one.
MLB teams are competing for a Pepsi Refresh grant. Vote for their ideas now at MLB.com/Pepsi Refresh.
You see that girl in the stands? She got some great ideas.
They may not always get along.
Real professional
National.
But on July 30th, they're all for one.
We have to save the humans.
And one for all.
Look out! What'd you do that for? Not sure.
Cats and Dogs, The Revenge of Kitty Galore in 3D. Rated PG.
Here's the thing. You love a ton of food, but hate blowing money. Taco Bell's $5 box. Cue angel music. A bacon-tastic bacon club chalupa, bean burrito, crunchy taco, cinnamon twists, and a medium soda, all for just $5. Boom!
First is the beginning. First leads. First kicks open the door and possibilities follow. Other than curiosity, nothing comes before first. The greatest thing since first is first. First resets everything. First takes us places we've never been. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
How do you know when something's good? When something's safe? You talk to these guys. They go through every car and truck we make with a big fat red pencil. Because they know a family's gonna be inside. A teenager, a guy on the way to the job. The engineers of Chevrolet. Just another reason why we can offer a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. And another reason why a Chevy's a Chevy.
Tonight's game is sponsored by Sprint, the Now Network. By Pepsi. Every time you choose Pepsi, you support the Pepsi Refresh Project. And by Chevrolet. Every model is backed by a 100,000-mile, 5-year powertrain limited warranty. David Wright first up for the National League. We're already in the 5th. Wright singled his first time. Braun will follow. Made that great play out in left. And here's David Wright going 2 for 2. And he's now 6 out of 13 during his very impressive young career in All-Star game action. Justin Verlander, Tim, takes over on the mound.
Justin Verlander, the hard thrower, and David Wright, the first leadoff batter to get on in this ball game. Things do not get any easier. Verlander, perhaps the hardest thrower on the American League staff.
And what he does that's so impressive is he doesn't top out in the upper 90s or touch 100 every once in a while early. You see him in the 7th, 8th, and if he gets to the 9th inning, still pumping it in there in the upper 90s.
That's a very good point and true.
Verlander, after the leadoff hit, misses inside to Ryan Braun, who bounced into a double play his first time up. Verlander was the 2006 AL Rookie of the Year. Was the first American League starter when he won that award, to do it since Dave Righetti in 1981. A check on David Wright at first. Wright has stolen 15 bases in the first half of the season.
And he is a guy who will run. Charlie Manuel saying we'll do anything. We'll put the hit and run on. We'll run tonight. Try to cause something to happen.
There's a foul. Ryan Howard is wearing a mic. Here's what he was saying to himself when Braun made that catch a moment ago.
We got a guy there named Braun. Oh! I'm going to go ahead and say he did that for TV. He could have got there. He could have got there. He just wanted to die for television.
That's Ryan Howard, the DH. There goes Wright. Pitch up and in. Throw down goes into center field, and David Wright doesn't realize it. So he's stuck at second base, unable to pop up and advance, and he's there with nobody out on an All-Star game steal.
That headfirst slide, that is how Chase Utley of the Philadelphia Phillies tore that left thumb of his. It looked like Cano tried to decoy him, but I think David Wright just didn't realize the ball was a high throw. Didn't take that peek back at the hitter, but a stolen base for David Wright.
I think in Wright's defense, that throw was so bad that he didn't see the shortstop or second baseman struggling to even make a play. That thing looked like it came out sideways out of the hand of Joe Mauer, and Wright unable to locate it in advance. So he's at second, nobody out, and a 2-1 count on Braun. Fastball, foul ball. 99 from Verlander. Does our radar gun go up to 100?
I would think so.
There's Phil Hughes, Southern California native, getting loose in the American League bullpen. One of two 11-game winners for the Yankees, and Sabathia's won 12. Here comes a 2-2. Breaking ball stays up. Full count. Best opportunity to push one across for the National League. Last 4 All-Star games have been 1-run National League losses.
And the National League's been ahead in all 4 games.
But unable to finish. Here's a 3-2. Strikeout by Verlander, and a big one. Out number 1 here in the 5th.
A tailing fastball inside off the plate, a ball, but Verlander gets Braun to swing at it.
It will bring in Andre Ethier, who struck out his first time up.
Andre Ethier, one of the great clutch hitters in the game. 6 walk-off home runs in the last year and a half.
And the first Dodger outfield starter since Darryl Strawberry was voted in, didn't play back in 1991. So it's been a while, and he takes strike 1. Now the 0-1 is outside. The last Dodger voted in to start, who actually played in the game, you have to go back to Reggie Smith, an outfielder for LA back in 1980. So it's been a while for the Dodgers, and Ethier gets the nod, his first All-Star game. Last year's AL strikeout leader, his 1-1 pitch. Ethier with a base hit into right. Hamilton will come up throwing. They hold the runner right at third, and it's first and third, 1 out. Sam Perlazo put up the stop sign, and it looks like the right decision.
Well, there's no way that you can know that Josh Hamilton's throw is going to be up the line. And with 1 out, you have to stop him here. But Ethier, with runners in scoring position, I don't think there's anybody better in the National League, or any guy that you'd want up at the plate than Andre Ethier. Those hands go up from Perlazo, and the feet stop of Wright.
And it sets up the RBI chance for Corey Hart, who struck out his first time. And he goes after the first one up. Fouls it away, strike 1.
Sometimes without ever seeing a hitter hit, you know where to pitch him. Corey Hart's hands are so low that there is no way that he can get on top of a high fastball. And that's where Verlander went. When you hold your hands that low, it's very, very difficult to handle the high fastball.
Here's the 0-1. Nasty pitch from Verlander, strike 2. Does the body, the mannerisms, maybe not the exact stroke of Corey Hart remind you at all of Dave Kingman?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit of Eric Davis, who held his hands low, the great left fielder of the Cincinnati Reds back in the 80s.
Counts 0-2, first and third, 1 out, and that fastball rides up for ball 1. Corey Hart up now. Yadier Molina is on deck. National League had a runner at second, nobody out. Braun struck out. Base hit by Ethier. Hard hit to right. And the 1-2 to Corey Hart. He went around and strikes out. 2 out in the inning. Mike Winters rings him up from first. And a big strikeout again for Verlander.
Yeah, after 3 straight fastballs, the slider, and Hart went too far.
And we're going to have a pinch hitter, and it'll be catcher for catcher. More of an offensive threat is Brian McCann. So while he gets ready, we'll remind you Chevrolet is building diamonds and dreams. Enter your community field for a ballpark makeover, and you could win a new Chevrolet at ChevyBaseball.com. So Brian McCann will hit, and then he's got the rest of the night behind the plate catching the National League pitching staff. However, if there is an injury, be tragic for the Braves, the first place Atlanta Braves, losing their catcher, but you can bring the other catcher back into the ball game.
Right.
There's Hong-Chi Kuo, the left-hander getting loose. McCann takes a ball. Brian McCann leads all of baseball at the catching position in home runs, number 2 in RBIs since his first year in 2005. So a catcher with power, not the defensive player that Yadier Molina is, but more of a threat swinging the bat. McCann still trying to get loose. A couple of violent swings out away from home plate. Now back in there with a 1-0 count. 2-0. Look at his career slugging percentage, all time by a catcher. Piazza leads the way. He was here in the celebrity softball game on Sunday night. Roy Campanella, then Brian McCann. Here's a 2-0. Loses the bat. Almost took out Hanley Ramirez in the on deck circle. Strike 1. Only in an all-star game do you see this.
Right.
That's Pete McCannon, who was on Charlie Manuel's staff, and he's in charge of keeping the lineup card in order. And you can see him going over the lineup card with Charlie Manuel. Those two have put together the plan for how to get through this roster and save players in case we are tied after 9. Here's a 2-1. 3 balls and a strike.
And it's 4.5 innings away, but if it is tied after 9, keep in mind that the National League has 14 pitchers on their roster and the American League has 13. So that could come into play later on in the game.
Here's a 3-1. Verlander pulled the string, and it's a full count. That means that the runner at first, Ethier, will take off. So a changeup that drops down and away, and it's a 3-2 count. They'll play behind Ethier at first. Wright led off the inning with a hit, stole a base. He's at third. 3-2. McCann hits it in the air to right. Back is Hamilton, still drifting in the sunshine on the track to end the inning. The fly ball came one batter too late for the National League. Halfway through it, bottom of the 5th. AL bats no score.
At Sharp, our goal is to reproduce every color in the world on TV. Introducing Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds a 4th color, yellow, to the standard RGB color system, creating a vast array of colors you can't see with your TV's 3-color technology. But you can see this. Whoa! Oh my.
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
Give this job to my friend. He loves playing in the jungle.
Right. A team of legendary warriors on a mission. They weren't expected to survive.
To get out of here, it's a miracle. Let's see what you got.
Bring it. Boom.
Go. You know, it's not easy being your friend.
The Expendables. Rated R. In theaters August 13th.
The Coastal Town.
Well, hello. It's your TV. I unplugged your cable so I can show you something genius. DirecTV. With DirecTV, now you only need one DVR for the whole house. Record a movie in the living room. Watch it in the bedroom, pause it, and pick it up in the bathroom because you can. I know what you're thinking. Dreams really do come true, and cable can't do that. So give them a call and hook me up. DirecTV, it'll change your life.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
With Denny's new $2 $4 $6 $8 value menu, you can get 16 different wallet-pleasing meals for $2 $4 $6 and $8 all day, every day. And now you can choose from 3 new sizzling skillets starting at just $3.99.
Introducing our Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds yellow to the standard RGB color system for colors never before seen on TV. Notice the lifelike color on this yellow seahorse. Oh, sorry. Yellowish seahorse on your TV with 3-color technology. Observe the stunning blue sea. In your mind, that is. Well, you get the picture. Actually, you don't.
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
George Takei, Sulu from the Star Trek series and numerous Star Trek movies, is in attendance here tonight as this 81st Major League Baseball All-Star game moves into the bottom of the 5th inning. And there are plenty of changes. Brian McCann stays in the game. He'll catch the rest of the way. Scott Rowland takes over at third base. David Wright is out. Matt Holliday is in the game in left. Ryan Braun is out. Marlon Byrd is in the game in center. Ethier moves from center to right. Corey Hart is out. And off the mound is Josh Johnson. On the mound is Hong-Chi Kuo. And a good time for Kuo. Why? After Evan Longoria, you have Mauer, Cano, Crawford, left-handed batters coming up.
And once again, no left-hander has had a hit off Kuo all year.
2 quick strikes on Longoria. The pitching stuff for Hong-Chi Kuo is good enough to get anybody out. Josh Johnson, 2 innings, all zeros except 2 strikeouts. Now John Lester, a hard-throwing left-hander from the Red Sox, gets loose. Longoria doubled his first time up. It came with 1 out in the second. And the mid-90s fastball misses up and away. Ball 1. Bauer next. He's 0 for 1. Here comes a 1-2 from Kuo. Inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Evan Longoria is not only good on the field, he proved in a dugout incident with B.J. Upton that he's good off the field and as a leader for that young Tampa Bay Rays team. And this is a guy who early on in his playing career was just looking for somebody to notice how good he was and maybe could be. The Rays have him and they've locked him up, and after an 0-2 count, Evan Longoria is on with a leadoff walk. And now Kuo will get a chance to take on these left-handed batters. Here's Joe Mauer. For Longoria on base for the 2nd time tonight. And Joe Mauer digs his way in with Cano and then Carl Crawford to follow. First All-Star game for Hong-Chi Kuo. And he pours in a 95-mile-per-hour fastball, strike one.
Thing about Quo with left-handed batters, almost everything is away. Hard fastballs and the hard slider. Mauer is very adept at going the other way. So he's a different type of left-handed batter than Quo has faced all year.
Same pitch, same result, 0-2. Now Roy Halladay gets loose alongside Heath Bell, the closer from the first place San Diego Padres. That's with an eye on Torrey Hunter, who follows Carl Crawford, the number 9 man. There's ball one. Here's a 1-2. Slow chopper. Quell makes the stop and then throws it away. Down the right field line. Getting up and going to third is Longoria. Into second is Mauer, and it's second and third with nobody out. A lollipop throw over to first base and over the head of Adrian Gonzalez for an error on Hong-Chi Kuo.
Well, an easy play, and you see this often with pitchers throwing the bases. We saw it from Mariano Rivera in the 2001 World Series. They're so used to throwing to home plate where every pitch has to move. When they have to throw to a base, they can't do it. Even the simplest things. Scott Kazmir did it in the American League Championship Series last year on a bunt play at Yankee Stadium.
Well, here's Cano, and we'll get an indication as to how good Quo is against these very good left-handed batters. Here's a pitch down and away for ball one. Cano, his first time, grounded out. A walk, then an error. And a ball low, 2-0. So if you think about it, Quo had a 0-2 count on Longoria, then threw 4 straight out of the strike zone. Got a chopper back to the mound, or just off the mound, and threw it down the right field line. And just like that, the American League, side that hasn't lost since 1996, has a chance to jump on top. Strike one. Tim mentioned Quo. Left-handed batters are 0 for 31 during the regular season against this hard-throwing southpaw. And now here's a fly ball into left field, well hit. Sends Halladay back for the out. Tagging and scoring is Longoria. Tagging and staying put is Mauer, and the AL scores first on a sac fly by Robinson Cano.
Hey. Hey, pretty straight.
So the American League is on top on a sacrifice fly to left, and the batter will be Carl Crawford. Crawford lined out to third his first time up. Last year's All-Star Game MVP. Made a brilliant catch, hit a home run, takes a strike. He'll be 29 next month. He's putting together a career-type year. And there will be teams lined up to try and sign him in this upcoming offseason.
I was going to say, it's a good time to do it.
Runner at second, one out, the 0-1. Squirts away from McCann, but not far enough. Mauer stays put, ball one. Lester continues to get loose. Crawford Fouls away strike number 2. Carl, he can beat you in so many different ways. He can beat you with a long ball. He can beat you with his singles type hitting. He can beat you with his legs. 4-time American League stolen base leader. He's stolen 31 so far this season. He can run. 1-2 pitch from Quo. Hard hit to the shortstop Ramirez. He throws to third, and the tag by Rolen. 2 out. Hanley Ramirez with an aggressive play for out number 2 here in the 5th.
And not good base running by Joe Mauer. The rule of thumb is if the ball is hit to your right, you stay at second. That ball was hit to his right, and he's out at third.
So that'll be it for Hong-Chi Quo. He leaves allowing a walk, committing an error. The AL is on top. Torrey Hunter is coming up. And a pitching change. Here comes Heath Bell.
Signal. Airborne, beautiful, and strong. There to ensure the most powerful transmitter is you. Rule the air.
I came across the shape-ups and my knees were feeling better. My back wasn't hurting quite as much. And I start feeling a lot better, and I think some crazy things all of a sudden.
Hey.
Maybe a comeback or two.
Predators is the #1 action movie in the world.
Kill 'em all.
Predators, rated R.
Put a refreshing spin on your summer. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
It's changed the way we do business. I use BlackBerry Messenger. It puts everything all in one chat room that I can go back and reference. I'll do a cut like this one right here. I'll send this to like my other friend who's at another barbershop, and I'll be like, yo, this is what I just did. You know, it's kind of nice to have bragging rights. It's really just a labor of love, you know?
In baseball, miracles can happen when a team works together.
2 out, bottom of the 9th, down to their last strike.
The same is true in the fight against cancer. That's why MLB has teamed up with Stand Up to Cancer. Because we believe that when we all stand up together,
41,000 on their feet.
We can make cancer history.
Now everybody's standing. What a buzz in this building.
This is beyond a dream. Stand up with MLB at standuptocancer.org.
Check on the runner at first. That's Carl Crawford. 2 out in the inning, and Torrey Hunter is the batter. First at bat for the hometowner, representing the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and dealing with Heath Bell, the closer for the Padres, a team that was 20 games out of first at this time last year at the All-Star break, and right now they lead the NL West by 2 games, and they're doing it, Tim, with their pitching staff.
And Bud Black largely responsible for that. He's one of the bench coaches for Charlie Manuel tonight, the manager of the Padres.
There goes Crawford, and an easy steal as McCann dropped it.
Now a big jump by Crawford. I don't think Brian McCann would have had a chance anyway. Crawford, like all great base stealers, he motors immediately. Great acceleration.
Counts 2-0 from Heath Bell, last year's losing pitcher for the National League. Here's a fly ball down the right field line. Ethier in the corner. Ends the inning. We go into the 6th here in the All-Star game. AL now on top, 1-0.
Once upon a time, a bunch of guys got together with a crazy idea. Go farther, faster than mankind ever had before. They dreamt with their hands, and the world watched and waited with bated breath. While time has marched on and priorities have changed, it's nice to know America still builds rockets. The 2011 Corvette, only from Chevrolet.
You ready?
I'm ready. Let me see you.
Here she is.
Oh, boy, she's beautiful. She's perfect.
Isn't she? How does it feel being a grandfather?
Incredible. How does it feel being a father?
It feels pretty great.
Getting a bartender's attention is an art form where boldness is rewarded and the meek go thirsty. Waving of cash is considered unimaginative. There's the Vegas hit me, the charade technique, the prairie dog, the periscope, the third base coach. Some resort to phoning the bar, which has been known to backfire. But whatever your technique, tip well and enjoy the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser.
Here's the thing. You love a ton of food, but hate blowing money. Taco Bell's $5 box. Cue Angel music. A bacon-tastic bacon club chalupa, bean burrito, crunchy taco, cinnamon twists, and a medium soda, all for just $5. Boom!
Hello, ladies. How are you? Fantastic. Does your man look like me? No. Can he smell like me? Yes. Should he use Old Spice body wash? I don't know. Do you like the smell of adventure? Do you want a man who smells like he can bake you a gourmet cake in the dream kitchen he built for you with his own hands? Of course you do. Swan dive into the best night of your life. So, ladies, should your man smell like an Old Spice man? You tell me.
It's Celebrity Night on Hell's Kitchen.
We have a VIP guest.
And just when Chef Ramsay needs to impress,
Raw halibut! Raw!
the kitchen unravels.
Don't ever come up to my pass again!
And everyone feels the heat.
Yeah, pathetic. Get out!
Hell's Kitchen, all new 2 hours. Viewer discretion advised. 1 week from tonight on Fox.
The 2010 All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Sharp Quatron TV technology. You have to see it to see it. Here is the freecreditscore.com in-game box score for the National League. 2 hits for David Wright. His night is finished. A hit for Andre Ethier. He has remained in the game. Molina had a base hit when he was in there and lifted for the pinch hitter Brian McCann. Now John Lester pumps a strike into the new catcher John Buck, representing the Toronto Blue Jays. Ian Kinsler is in the game at second base for the Texas Rangers. Out in the outfield, it's Vernon Wells in left. Hunter stays in center. That's where a 9-time Gold Glove Award winner stays at his natural position. And here is John Lester, 11-3 and an ERA of 2.78 for the Boston Red Sox. The 1-1. Strike 2. Hanley Ramirez at the plate. He's 0 for 2. The injuries that have hit the Boston Red Sox, it borders on ridiculous how many players they have lost. Here's a ground ball that Lester knocks down, has time to pick up and shovel to first, 1 out. Lester has remained healthy. Josh Beckett is working his way back. Dustin Pedroia is here, and All-Star has a broken foot. Clay Buchholz is here, and All-Star has a hamstring pull. Kobe Ellsbury's been out for most of the year with ribs. Victor Martinez is here as a broken thumb. Adrian Beltre was even a question mark coming into this All-Star celebration, but he's okay after straining his hamstring. Boy, Halladay is getting loose for the National League as Martin Prado, who's 0 for 2, took a ball outside. Now the 1-0 pitch is down and in 2-0.
Hard to believe that after 5 years with the Red Sox that this is John Lester's first All-Star game. Remember Terry Francona telling us about 4 years ago that the scouts in the Red Sox system thought that John Lester threw harder than Jonathan Papelbon. You and I both raised our eyes saying, what? Well, he has proven that.
Yeah, and he's really developed into a top of the rotation starter.
He has.
And done so in the absence of Beckett. There's a strike to bring Prado back to the plate. First left-handed starter named to the All-Star team for Boston since Bruce Hurst in '87. Here's a 3-1. Just ripped foul. Prado was waiting for that and pulled the trigger a little too soon. Strike two. Teammates of Martin Prado will tell you he is an impressive guy. Guy with a great thirst for knowledge, and he has blossomed into a terrific leadoff hitter for the first place Atlanta Braves. Good second baseman as he fouls it back. He kind of reminds some of Placido Polanco, who's now on the disabled list for the Philadelphia Phillies. You can move him around if you need to, but he has really anchored himself at second base.
Yeah, he can hit the ball out of the ballpark too. He has 10 home runs. Surprise power.
With one out, nobody on, the 3-2 pitch is hit foul. Prado has grounded out twice. Trying to get on in front of Adrian Gonzalez. We'll have to deal with the left-hander John Lester in his first at bat. Another 3-2 pitch to Prado. Pop up on the infield. Jeter is out for out number 2. And here are some of the surprise teams, and these are division leading teams in the National League. Braves have been hot after a poor April. The Central and divisions led by Cincinnati, and just pitching for the San Diego Padres. These three a combined 40 games back at the All-Star break last year. Mentioned the Padres were 20 out. It's Joey Votto. It was the online edition voted into this All-Star game. San Diego, I think you look at a guy like Adrian Gonzalez, Tim, and coming into the season you thought Adrian Gonzalez might be wearing a different uniform by this point in this season. Nobody expected Bud Black's team to do anything in the NL West, and here they are leading at the break as that one is fouled down the line and out of play. Strike one.
If not traded by the break, at least traded at the deadline. But the Padres are contending now, and I don't think you're going to see Adrian Gonzalez going anywhere.
They're right now in a position where they're looking to add to that team.
Sure.
It's a team where you do not want to be behind after 6 innings. Their bullpen has been terrific. The 1-1 pitch is down and away, ball 2. Here's a 2-1. Good pitch by Lester. 2-2.
Gonzalez pulling out of there a little bit. The thing about Adrian is that he has power to all fields. Tremendous power to left field.
Also a 2-time Gold Glove Award winner. He can do it all. 2-2 pitch is in the dirt. Full count. Another lefty, the DH Ryan Howard on deck. Tim, you talk about a guy who has power to all fields, and with Adrian Gonzalez power the opposite way, a team like Boston with the Green Monster in left field, that is a park that he could just wear out. He waits for a 3-2 pitch with 2 out, nobody on from John Lester, and grounds it to the right side for Kinsler, just into the game. Off we go into the bottom of the 6th. 1-0 AL. Stay tuned for a sneak peek of Inception. The Dream is Real in theaters on Friday.
I'm just doing what I know. I'm doing what you taught me.
I never taught you to be a thief.
No, you taught taught me to navigate people's minds. I can access your mind through your dreams. It's called Inception.
How do we get out? And I'm hoping you have something more elegant in mind than shooting me in the head.
A kick.
What's a kick?
That feeling of falling that snaps you out of the dream.
This would be a kick.
Building a dream from your memory is the easiest way to lose your grasp on what's real and what is a dream.
Is that what happened to you? You gotta draw from stuff you know, right? It's pure creation.
There's nothing quite like it.
If you're going to perform Inception, you need imagination.
You mustn't be afraid to dream a little bigger, darling.
Did the children miss me?
Can't imagine. The seed that we plant in this man's mind will change everything.
This can't be done.
Dreams within dreams is too unstable. It is possible.
God, we should walk away from this.
The people that hired us won't accept failure.
This was not a part of the plan!
What's happening?
His subconscious is looking for the dreamer. Me? Quick, give me a kiss.
They're still looking at us.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
Rated PG-13. Special midnight screenings Thursday, everywhere Friday.
I'm in on the action.
Hey guys, who needs a brush? This is looking great. How you doing over there, buddy?
I'm in on the action.
All across the country, high school students are joining forces with Volunteers of America and Major League Baseball players to create action teams.
Action teams are a great way
to help people in your community who really need it.
We want to inspire the next generation of volunteers.
So start an action team at your school and get in on the action.
Learn more at volunteersofamerica.org/action team.
The 2010 All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Warner Brothers Pictures. Inception. The dream is real in theaters this Friday. Give you the free creditscore.com in-game box score for the American League. Longoria with a hit, doubled. He also walked and scored the only run so far. A hit for Miguel Cabrera came in the first inning. Not much offense on either side, and Halladay slings it home and a flare into right center field. No catch by Marlon Byrd, and Jeter is on to start the sixth.
Marlon Byrd did not have a good jump, diving, and a nice try, but just eludes him, does the ball.
So Jeter is on base for the second time in this game. He'll be lifted for the pinch runner. Paul Konerko will dig in at the plate, and Elvis Andrus is the runner at first. Andrus takes over. And you look at some of the changes defensively for the National League. Brandon Phillips at second base, Rafael Furcal at short. We mentioned Halladay on the mound. Here's Konerko. So they're coming fast and furious now, all the changes. And the numbers for Konerko is hit 20 home runs in the first half of the season. And it's the White Sox, by virtue of their 25-5 record over the last 30 games, come into the break as the division leaders in the AL Central. Halladay gets it past the bat of Konerko, a ball and a strike.
Halladay with baseball's perfect game, the 20th in the history of the game on May 29th against Florida. His opponent was Josh Johnson. They won 1-0.
There's a foul with Andrus on the run. He'll have to come back to first, and the count's 1-2.
Yeah, Joe, you and I were talking to Eddie Einhorn, part owner of the Chicago White Sox, before the game, and marveling at what the White Sox have done over the last 6 weeks. Yesterday, I asked Paul Konerko if he had ever been on any team at any time in his career. He broke in as a catcher with the Dodgers, went to the Reds, Then the White Sox for a long time. That's been as hot as the Sox. He said no.
Saw that note on June 11th. The White Sox were 8.5 games out in a good division with a good Minnesota team in the Central, a good Detroit Tigers team in the Central. But it's the White Sox on top, and Andrews gets back hand first on the bag. Konerko's first at bat, taking on Roy Halladay, who has 51 complete games, by far the most in baseball since 2003. The year he won the Cy Young Award with the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's a foul out of play off to the right. Ball and 2 strikes on Konerko. Halladay not only gives you wins, but like Cliff Lee will do for the Texas Rangers, he takes such a load off your bullpen. He's a guy that has gone 7 innings or more in all but 3 starts this season, and Cliff Lee is really going to take a load off what is becoming an overworked bullpen with the Texas Rangers. Here comes a 1-2. 2-2. Interesting note about Halladay. He's one of just 3 pitchers all time to throw a perfect game and win 10+ games before the All-Star game. Others are David Wells in '98 with the Yankees, Randy Johnson in '04 with the Diamondbacks. Runner going, and a stolen base, and then out as Andrews came off the bag. So it's a strike him out, and in the end throw him out. Double play as Andrews is tagged.
Well, you can see Brian McCann, the double clutch. He went ahead and threw it. And a good play by Brandon Phillips to stay with the tag. Andrews, I think he thought the ball went through. We talked about David Wright earlier, not seeing the ball. But watch how Andrews steps up, doesn't know where the ball is. Phillips did. Tagged him out.
It goes down as a caught stealing. 2-4. With the second baseman Phillips hanging in there with a tag, and the batter is Josh Hamilton, who's 0 for 2. That's strike 2.
So Phillips leaping for the ball, making the play, and then making the tag before the foot is on the bag. Good play by Phillips.
David Ortiz comes into the on-deck circle. 0-2 pitch. Hamilton fights it off. So a 1-0 game as we play here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 out. Now nobody on. Here's an 0-2. Ball 1. Ubaldo Jimenez started. 2 innings, 2 hits. Josh Johnson, 2 perfect innings. Quo, an unearned run, 2/3 of an inning. The only run so far tonight. Here's a 1-2. Hamilton waited on it and just chopped it off to the right. Still 1-2. In the 7th inning, the scheduled hitters are the DH Ryan Howard, then Rolen and Matt Holliday for the National League as Hamilton squirts one foul left side. Josh Hamilton with a huge month of June. 9 home runs, an average of .454 as Matt Capps gets loose. Hamilton has moved to and stabilized left field for the Rangers with Bourbon in center. He's fought through injuries in his career, but he is as strong as anybody in the game as he takes ball 2 down and away. 2-2. Third straight year voted in as a starter. Hamilton waits. Here it is, and another foul. Good at bat by Hamilton. Josh had an RBI chance back in the first and third, 1 out, but bounced into a double play. Started by Ubaldo Jimenez. Another from Halladay. Over but low, full count. Again, if Hamilton can reach, David Ortiz, the home run derby champ, waits on deck to bat for Guerrero. And he has done just that. Josh Hamilton is on second hit of the inning. First of the night for Hamilton, and here comes David Ortiz. American League will watch the National League manager Charlie Manuel make his way to the mound. And he is going to go to the bullpen. So Halladay is out after 2/3 of an inning. Base hit by Hamilton chases him. And another pitching change for the NL.
Building diamonds and dreams. The kids could win a ballpark makeover. You could win a new Chevy. See how at ChevyBaseball.com.
Predators is the #1 action movie in the world.
Kill them all.
Predators, rated R.
Breathtaking.
Ladies, hello. It's me again, your TV. I cut your cable to show you a no-brainer, DirecTV. With DirecTV, you can record a show in this room, so the kids can watch it in this room. Or this room. Or perhaps this room. Any room. I'm talking options, ladies. You love them, DirecTV has them. So give them a call. DirecTV. It'll change your life.
This place is great. So many cute guys here. Mm-hmm. Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a bacon club chalupa. Yeah, guys love bacon.
Like, that's really gonna work. Come on.
Hi. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
What is that you're wearing? It's intoxicating.
Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa is back. Bacon lovers rejoice.
Smells good.
David Ortiz will pinch hit for Vladimir Guerrero. Pinch runner is Jose Bautista from the Blue Jays. He's at first running for Josh Hamilton. And here's Matt Capps, who was the closer for the Washington Nationals, trying to end this 6th inning. 2 hits in the inning for the American League. They lost a runner on the bases, Andrews. And the first pitch to Ortiz is up and away, ball 1. David Ortiz in the month of April hit .143, 1 homer, 4 RBIs. They have a shift on in the infield, and Brandon Phillips is in shallow right field, the second baseman. That's outside, 2-0 from Capps. Ortiz, in fact, at the end of April on the 27th in Toronto, was pinch hit for by Mike Lowell, and it looked like his days were numbered with the Boston Red Sox. And he has turned it on since that poor April. Slow start as he had last year. There's a strike.
Oh, there are some guys that have bounce back years. Adrian Beltre, David Wright, Vernon Wells, Vlad Guerrero. But what Ortiz has done, he's bounced back during the same year after that horrible April. Who would have thought that he'd be on the All-Star team?
17 home runs since 1 during that first month. Backing out of play 2-2. And the Red Sox have needed it. They have Adrian Beltre, who is a fellow All-Star, who's done a tremendous job at third base, signing a 1-year deal, as they and the Tampa Bay Rays are looking up at the New York Yankees in the AL East. Tampa Bay 2 out, Boston 5 out, and hoping to get healthy at some point here early in the second half. Matt Capps, who last year was with the Pirates, tendered a contract, signed with the Nationals, and here he is, an all-star, and a tailing fastball gets Ortiz looking. 2 hits, a man left, into the 7th, 1-0 AL. Back after this from your local Fox station.
The Mallards have a new owner. First on Fox, who bought the team and what that means for players and fans when the next season starts. That and more tonight after the All-Star game on a late edition of the Fox 18 9 o'clock news.
I'm so hard on my truck, and you can see that if you walk around it. I just think it's just the most well-built truck there is. You'd have to be crazy to buy anything but a Toyota truck.
While a Toyota may last a long time, the amazing deals and great selection won't during Toyota's National Clearance Event. And right now, you can get 0% APR financing for an amazing 60 months. Or get a $349 a month lease on a rugged new 2010 Toyota Tundra. Toyota, durability to move you forward.
The 10-piece fan feast, just $19.99 at KFC. 10 pieces of original recipe or grilled chicken, 2 large mashed potatoes and gravy, large coleslaw, and 5 biscuits, all just $19.99. Feed 5 for $4 each. The 10-piece fan feast, just $19.99 now at KFC.
When you put everything you've got into it, have the accolades to prove it, the only thing left to do is share it. The Ram Tint Event. Drive one without a payment for 60 days. And if it doesn't do everything you ask it to do, bring it back. Ram.
Or as an alternative to 60-day offers, get 0% for 60 months plus $2,000 bonus cash on Ram 1500 Crew Cab.
Most fast food chains use chicken tenders that are pre-cooked and frozen ahead of time. Like 2 ahead of time. Introducing hand-breaded chicken tenders. We make them fresh, you eat them fresh. At Hardee's.
Red Hot and Tony Tone from B100.
We're back for another round of Fox 18's Quad City Idol.
Auditions are July 31st, the finale August 7th.
Log on for details.
Fox 18's Quad City Idol brought to you by Ultimate Fitness, Doll Ford, and B100.
This fall, get in on the fun. Get to know the lingo.
Sticky flapjack.
Sacramento turtleneck, a greasy kayak.
Don't make it sound ridiculous. It's a cockamouse.
How I Met Your Mother. Get into it 5 days a week.
Coming this fall to Fox 18.
In baseball, miracles can happen when a team works together.
2 out, bottom of the 9th, down to their last strike.
The same is true in the fight against cancer. That's why MLB has teamed up with Stand Up to Cancer. Because we believe that when we all stand up together,
41,000 on their feet,
we can make cancer history.
Now everybody's standing.
What a buzz in this building.
This is beyond a dream. Stand up with MLB at standuptocancer.org.
MLB Commissioner Bud Selig is with Laura Ziskin, one of Hollywood's leading producers and a co-founder of Stand Up to Cancer, which brings together the brightest and most innovative minds in the field of cancer research in order to shorten the path to finding a cure. MLB has contributed over $30 million, and you too can help by going to standuptocancer.org. And so a number of changes as this game moves into the 7th inning. Joey Votto is going to pinch hit for Ryan Howard against the new pitcher, Phil Hughes. And after the first pitch, he grounds one right into the gut of Ian Kinsler. 1 out. We go down to Chris Rose with Derek Jeter.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Derek, you are 9-0-1 all-time in all-star games, so all you have to do is face Jimenez and Johnson when you can't see the ball, and when you finally can, go take your hacks at Roy Halladay. That's not fair.
It really isn't, man. I mean, these guys are tough enough, and I think that's why you don't see too many runs. A little tough to see, but you know, pitching stats for both teams are impressive.
Obviously a very tough day for the entire New York Yankee family with the passing of the boss, George Steinbrenner. What is it that you knew about him that the public did not?
I knew a lot about him that the public doesn't know, but I think the one thing that stands out is how much he cared about his players, how much he cared about the community, whether it's in New York and Tampa where he lives or anywhere in the country. He really gave back, and I think a lot of times people didn't really pay much attention to that because they knew him as this vocal owner, but he really cared about people.
Derek, as always, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Joe, back on up to you.
All right, Chris, thank you, and thanks to Derek Jeter. Here's a swing and a miss by Scott Rowland. It's his first at bat. Counts 2 balls and a strike. Rowland up. Matt Holliday on deck. And Jeter talking about the other side to George Steinbrenner. Here's a 2-1. That's fouled back. Joe Girardi, Tim, talked to us about Mr. Steinbrenner before the game. He said people didn't know as much about his contributions to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America or what he did for children of officers who fell in the line of duty in Tampa, where he lived. And when you think about George Steinbrenner, you think about a Titan owner in this game or in American sports, as Rowland fouls one back. There was the soft side, but there was also the side, Tim, where any fan is hoping that there's that covenant with their owner that they're going to try to make the team as good as they can, spend what they can to make it a competitive team. And there was nobody out there swinging for the fences more than George Steinbrenner.
Nope.
Foul back and out of play by Rowland. Bought the team in 1973 for $8.7 million. Under his watch, 7 World Series titles, 11 AL pennants, best winning percentage in baseball. One of the great American businessmen to come along in the last 50 years. Here's a base hit into center off the bat of Rowland.
Well, to give you an idea of how good a businessman he was in 1973, of that $8.7 million, only $168,000 was George Steinbrenner's. And he built the Yankee dynasty into a huge, what Forbes, I guess, says that it's worth $1.5 billion. That might be low.
Well, one of his pitchers is Phil Hughes, who's taken over. He took care of Votto on the first pitch. A base hit by Rowland, who's such a big part of the Cincinnati Reds' success as they lead the Cardinals by a game, and Matt Holliday of the Cardinals fouls one out of play.
And you have got to tell the story of what Rowland told you about A.J. Pujols.
Well, obviously Rowland played for the Cardinals, and he was friends with a lot of the Cardinals. And when Rowland showed up here to go into the autograph room to sign memorabilia, Albert was in there with his son A.J. Here's a fastball that misses outside, a ball and a strike to Matt Holliday. And A.J., Albert says to A.J., you remember Scott Rowland? And A.J. said, what are you doing here? Like, how did you become an all-star, Scott Rowland? And he is very deserving here in 2010 as that pitch is low for ball 2 to Matt Holliday.
Out of the mouths of babes.
And Rowland laughed. He said, I mean, how honest is that? And how real is that? I mean, he's undergone a couple of shoulder surgeries. His power seemingly was gone from his swing, and that's not the case anymore. As Holliday chases it from Phil Hughes, who's from the area. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Matt Holliday getting his first at bat. Andre Ethier, who started and is still in the game, is on deck. Tying run at first with 1 out here in the 7th. And the 2-2. Back up the middle. Back-to-back hits. Rowland is going to turn and go. The throw by Torrey Hunter is wide. And Rowland, known as one of the best base runners in the game, takes an extra base, and he's 90 feet away with 1 out.
John Vukovich, third base coach for the Philadelphia Phillies, passed away about 3 years ago. And he told me when Scott Rowland was with the Phillies that Scott Rowland, because of his foot speed, was the best base runner he had ever seen. And that's years and years of coaching experience and as a third base coach. And he does it again.
He ran on the 9-time Gold Glove Award winner Torrey Hunter in center. And now the tying run is 90 feet away. Matt Thornton coming in from the White Sox as the NL threatens.
CC looks a bit rattled out there, and Dave Island is coming out for a visit.
Dave, I think we should put an organic garden in that bullpen.
I think we should organize a group hug for all of New York.
Mobile classrooms, that was your idea, wasn't it?
How about a pizza party for all of Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Senior prom for senior citizens. I don't know about that one.
MLB teams are competing for a Pepsi Refresh grant. Vote for their ideas now at MLB.com/Pepsi Refresh.
You see that girl in the stands? She got some great ideas.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
First is fast. First is 4G, but plays nice with 3G as well. First has an 8-megapixel HD camera and can stream live video to the web. First has an HDMI out. First shares Wi-Fi with 8 devices at once. First is not Stephen First, who played Flounder at Animal House. First has a kickstand for watching video. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
I know how to search your mind and find your secrets. I know the tricks. He's hiding something, and we need to find out what that is. My work.
We're gonna need to do a little better than we might.
This can't be done. You just have to go deep enough.
Inception, rated PG-13. Special midnight screenings Thursday, everywhere Friday.
Well, when we talked about managers and Major League Baseball putting these rosters together with a different mindset now, it opens the door for situational type relievers, and that's exactly what Matt Thornton is. He's been so good for the White Sox, and he takes on a pinch hitter, Chris Young from the Diamondbacks, who's hit 15 home runs, 5th in the National League with 61 RBIs. And here he is with an opportunity to tie this game with one of a number of things. Tying run at third. Scott Rowland 1 out in the 0-1. Down and in, a ball and a strike.
The American League needs a strikeout, and Thornton leads the American League in strikeout percentage. 49 strikeouts in 36 2/3 innings.
Here is a 1-1. And Young pops it up. Right side in foul territory, and Canerco hauls it in for out number 2. So Chris Young got his chance, and it's Matt Thornton who wins that battle. And it's now in the lap of Marlon Byrd. First at bat for Byrd, the only representative from the Chicago Cubs, a team that 2 years ago had 8 players representing the team. 1 last year and 1 here in 2010. And in the words of their manager Lou Piniella, they will likely be sellers, not buyers, by the trading deadline. Byrd, after the first pitch, fouls it out of play, strike 1.
You have a North Sider against a South Sider right here. The South Side of Chicago with Matt Thornton against the Chicago Cubs, Marlon Byrd.
Marlon Byrd was voted onto this team on the players vote. 32 years old, signed a 3-year deal with the Cubs, and he has been one of the big pluses for Chicago this year. That's a foul ball, and that's strike 2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Marlon Byrd, and it's high from the lefty Thornton. So the good base running by Scott Rowland puts him at third, but a big out by Thornton as he gets Chris Young on the foul out to the first baseman. Now the 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
See those 2 riding fastballs. It's very difficult, obviously, on the catchers. There are only 2 catchers per team, and trying to catch a different pitcher every inning, sometimes 2 in an inning. A lot of pressure with a guy at third. The tying run.
John Buck of the Blue Jays is the catcher. 2-2 pitch is high again. 3-2. on deck is the only remaining catcher for the National League, Brian McCann. He cannot be lifted for a pinch hitter. So Thornton would get the chance to face a lefty if he doesn't get Marlon Byrd to end the top of the 7th. Runner goes, and a pop foul out of play off to the right. It was 0-2, now it's 3-2. Means the go-ahead run at first. Holiday will take off with the pitch. And another foul. Marlon Byrd finally established himself with the Texas Rangers for 3 years after an up and down existence with the Philadelphia Phillies, then the Washington Nationals. And he really worked hard to get back into this game. Got the free agent deal from the Cubs over the offseason. 34 multi-hit games so far in 2010. He could tie this thing. 3-2. And that'll load him up. So 2 hits and a walk. We give you sounds of the game. Brandon Phillips wearing a mic yelling out to Torrey Hunter when Scott Rowland went first to third.
Yeah! Yeah! That's what we do in Cincinnati. We go first to third, baby.
That's what Rowland did. That had his teammate Brandon Phillips excited in the dugout. Now McCann swings at the first pitch and fouls it down the right side, just out of play. So 2 hits against Phil Hughes. Thornton came on to get Young on a foul out, but then lost Marlon Byrd, and now the bases are loaded for McCann.
Speaking of losing it, it was tough for the hitters to see when this game began. It's tough for the outfielders to see on fly balls right now in the twilight.
Here's the 0-1. Ripped into the right field corner off the bat of McCann. Rowland scores. Tie game. Holiday scores. NL leads. Here comes Marlon Byrd. Brian McCann has unloaded the bases. 3-1 NL.
The biggest National League hit in 13 years. Brian McCann got a fastball and hammered it down the right field line. Byrd trucking from first, scoring rather easily, and the National League takes the lead.
They lead by 2. Thornton is out. McCann excites the National League dugout. And a pitching change here in the top of the 7th. It's the NL smiling, up by 2.
I actually had a girlfriend. She gave me a call one day and said, you know what, I think I'm a Boston fan. I said, you know what, I don't think this is going to work out.
We have bats, hats, mugs, t-shirts, keychains,
posters, bobbleheads.
I've been to at least 1,000 games.
You give your team 100%.
Rain, snow, sleet, I'm there.
Now get 20% off the ways you show it. Use your MasterCard to get 20% off MLB gear and access exclusive fan experiences. Because loyalty,
I will be buried in my Yankee jersey,
is priceless.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
Stop that kid! He's crazy! Sorry, ma'am. This king's insane.
So much beef for $3.99.
New Steakhouse XT burgers from BK starting at $3.99. The king's going crazy.
Can you imagine the game played on anything less than the most beautiful grass you've ever seen? Neither can we. Scotts, official lawn care company of Major League Baseball.
The before, the expectation, the B vitamins, and carbs to ignite. The during, the collision, the power, the original Gatorade. The after, the gratitude, the protein to recover. Introducing the G Series from Gatorade. Prime, perform, recover.
Brian McCann is the hitting hero right now for the National League. The bases clearing double. It's 3-1 NL, and Andrew Bailey, the closer for the A's. 18 saves, 10th best total in the American League, takes over and deals with one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball, Rafael Furcal. Switch hitter takes low, ball one. Bailey is the third pitcher of the inning, and Phil Hughes, who started this inning and allowed 2 hits, one to Roland, one to Matt Holliday, is on the hook. Thornton couldn't get McCann, and now Furcal takes ball 2. AL Rookie of the Year in 2009 was Andrew Bailey. He's dealing with Rafael Furcal, who, since he returned to the Dodgers after the passing of his father, he went down to the Dominican Republic, is hitting .417. He takes a strike. Runner at second with 2 out, and Furcal comes up empty, 2-2.
That looked like a splitter, a changeup to Furcal on the fastball count. Good pitch from Bailey.
There are the numbers since June 24th, and where Furcal ranks across baseball. That's way wide. Full count. The American League will have Wigginton, who's in the game at third base, taking over for Longoria, then John Buck, and then Ian Kinsler in the bottom of the 7th. Here's a 3-2 to Furcal. Down and in. Another walk.
Trevor Cahill was scheduled to be the Oakland Athletic representative in the All-Star game, but he started on Sunday. He knew how badly Andrew Bailey wanted to come. He had been told by Bob Guerin on Saturday that don't make any plans during the All-Star break. Cahill came in on Sunday morning and faked being sick. He said, "I don't think I can go today."
Which then would have made him eligible to pitch tonight.
Exactly.
And would have kept Bailey out of the game.
And then everybody got a laugh about it. And Bailey followed Cahill out to the bullpen when he warmed up to make sure that everything was all right.
Here's Brandon Phillips as Adam Wainwright gets loose from the St. Louis Cardinals to work the bottom of the inning. That's blocked by Buck. And Brandon Phillips, who, if you don't know about him, is one of the more dangerous hitting second basemen in the game. See the numbers in that little note. It's his first All-Star game. He replaced Chase Utley on the roster. Martin Prado got the start, and now it's Phillips, the 29-year-old from the Reds. That's another one in the dirt, ball 2. Phillips, a Gold Glove Award winner in 2008, was drafted by Montreal. When he had scholarships to play both baseball and football at Georgia. And he was picked up by Cincinnati in April of '06 for a player to be named later. '07, he was a 30-30 player with over 30 homers and 30 stolen bases. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls and a strike on Phillips. Good pitch inside corner, 2-2. Since '06, Phillips has hit 100 home runs, stolen 115 bases. He's trying to add to a 3-1 National League lead and do it against the A's closer Andrew Bailey. That's foul down the right side. Brian McCann is the lead runner at second. Rafael Furcal with great speed, could probably catch McCann, is the runner at first. Here comes a 2-2. Phillips strikes out on a nasty breaking ball, and that ends the inning. But here we are after 6.5, with the National League up 3-1 over the American League. And it's our sharp, colorful moment. Back during the pregame ceremonies, McCann was announced as one of 2 catchers for the National League. He pinch hit for Yadier Molina early. He hit against a lefty Thornton here, and he unloads the bases with a double. And now our game summary with the NL up 3-1. McCann, the hitting star, Cano with a sac fly, and the National League has not won since 1996. Let's go to public address announcer David Courtney.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we stand for the traditional 7th inning stretch, we ask you first to remember the men and women who are serving our country at home and overseas. To perform God Bless America, would you please welcome 2-time Grammy Award winner, Southern California's own Colby Callier.
God bless America. Land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Colby Callier with a beautiful rendition of God Bless America. What a sunset. Southern California. Wow. Bottom of the 7th, NL up by 2.
If you want a revolution, the only solution evolve. Gotta evolve. If you want a revolution, the only solution evolve. Gotta evolve. If you're getting off track and you wanna get back, may take a lot of work, won't break your back. If you want a revolution, the only solution evolve.
No matter what they do, they can't break your stride. Evolution is a thing that starts inside. Throw your hands up, clench your fist with pride. Hold your head high, no need to hide. EVOLVE, come on, get inside, come on, ride with me.
If you want a revolution, the only solution evolve. Gotta evolve. If you want a revolution, the only solution evolve.
If you want a revolution, the only solution evolve.
Here at the Ford Model Year-End Sales Event, Joel's daughter has fallen in love with Ford Focus. And really, who can blame her? Focus is good looking and very smart. That Sync technology is like a giant brain.
And now, Ford Focus is highest ranked in initial quality. Very attractive.
As for Joel, he's not losing a daughter, he's gaining a Focus.
Hurry into the Ford Model Year-End Sales Event and get a Focus for 0% financing for 60 months.
What are you waiting for? Drive one.
How many credit cards? Is too many credit cards? He's guessing 7 cars, probably are. Cause now his credit score is seriously poor. He won't be able to afford a house or car, so he's working for the man to pay off all he can. And to see how he's doing, this is the site he's using. FreeCreditScore.com.
applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
I'm having dinner with some friends.
That's incredible. Congratulations.
Join yourself to Is the Name of Love. Barry.
Oh, God.
God can't hear you, Barry.
Oh, dear.
There are two things in this world: sexy sex and boring death.
I want to grow a beard.
On July 30th.
I had no idea. This was a dinner for extraordinary people.
May the best schmuck win.
Your guy is amazing.
Mamma mia, papa pia. Baby got the diarrhea. Hey, Tim.
Dinner for Schmucks. Rated PG-13.
Tonight's game is sponsored by the 2010 Taurus from Ford. Drive one. By Gatorade, a proud sponsor of MLB, introduces the G Series. Gatorade has evolved. And by the new film Dinner for Schmucks, in theaters Friday, July 30th, rated PG-13. Nick Swisher off the bench to bat for the American League, and right after the first pitch delivered by Adam Wainwright. Chris Young stays in the game, the pinch hitter. He's in center. That moves Marlon Byrd over to right. And Adam Wainwright, who has put together a great run for the St. Louis Cardinals over the last couple of years and is a 13-game winner, snaps off one of those tremendous curveballs for strike two. Nick Swisher was the internet vote. He won on the American League side. Joey Votto on the National League side. Soriano getting loose for the AL as Wainwright brings it and skips it in, ball one. At home, he's undefeated. Wainwright. On the road, good ERA, a record of 4-5. Finished third in the Cy Young voting last year when he won 19. And maybe more importantly, has the most wins and the lowest ERA in baseball in the last 2 seasons. Adam Wainwright. Here's a 1-2. Another foul.
You know, that's one graphic that's easy to explain. 9-0 at home, 4-5 on the road, because all the mounds on the road are different in the different parks. The mound at Busch Stadium in St. Louis is going to be the same. I'm really surprised that more pitchers don't have much better home records and poorer road records.
A curveball gets Swisher for round number 1 in the bottom of the 7th. And we look ahead to Fox Saturday Baseball this Saturday. The Tampa Bay Rays, the New York Yankees. The Dodgers will visit the Cardinals and have Manny Ramirez back and in their lineup. Good matchups as the Saturday game of the week returns at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific in high def here on Fox. Batter now is John Buck, and he takes ball 1. John Buck finished second in the American League among catchers in the players voting. Had to cancel the trip to Niagara Falls with his wife to be here, and he shoots one to left off the glove of Matt Holliday. And Buck is on at second with 1 out here in the 7th. So one Cardinal cannot help out another as Holliday got there and couldn't make the catch.
Well, that's a ball that should have been caught. I think Matt would tell you that. Got a little turned around. Bad route to the ball, and John Buck has a double.
It is a double with 1 out, and it brings in the tying run. Ian Kinsler, who was a 30-30 man last year, hit 31 home runs in a hitter-friendly park in Arlington, Texas. Tying run at the plate. Wainwright brings it, and ball 1 up and away. Ian Kinsler is a .398 career hitter here at Angel Stadium. That is the highest all time. Gets a lot of action out here as both are in the AL West, and that's ball 2, 2-0. On deck is Vernon Wells. Here's a 2-0 pitch from Adam Wainwright. Fastball sneaks in at 95, 2-1. Here's a 2-1. Down and away, 3 balls and a strike. Wainwright is no stranger to pitching late in a ball game, not only as a starter, but he was the closer for the Cardinals back in their 2006 championship run.
Curveball to Carlos Beltran to end the National League Championship Series.
That's ball 4, and it's 2 on with 1 out. Had 4 saves during the postseason in 2006. Our Lexus fastest pitch speed graphic. Price hit 100. Verlander just below it, and Josh Johnson with 99 as well. A double, a walk, and an opportunity here for the American League with Vernon Wells stepping in for the first time tonight. Been a big bounce back year for Vernon Wells. Wainwright chopped to short for Kyle, the second, and the only out is Phillips. Kept his foot on the bag. No chance with the speed of Wells to turn 2 on a ball hit that softly 2 out.
Saw a good play by Brandon Phillips earlier in the game, staying with the tag of Elvis Andrews. And now he makes another good play, realizing the double play's out of the question.
Here's Torrey Hunter. Gets a nice hand. He flied out to right his first time. And with that Angels across his chest, digs in here at Angels Stadium.
And the Rally Monkey made his first appearance here with an Angel at the plate. How about that?
Tying run at first, 2 out, and a ball down and away from Wainwright. Wainwright trying to get around that double off the glove of Holiday and left. Then the walk. The 1-0. A good curveball, strike 1.
In case you may not know about the Rally Monkey here at Angel Stadium, Rally Monkey may show its head in the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. How appropriate Torrey Hunter is thinking right now.
Here's a 1-1 from Wainwright. First and third, 2 out. Fooled on the pitch, strike 2.
Boy, what a tough breaking ball from Torrey Hunter.
Now the 1-2 from Adam Wainwright. Got him to end the inning. We go to the 8th inning as Wainwright stomps off the mound. He's kept it NL 3, AL 1. You think these players don't care? Watch Wainwright as he exits your screen.
Story about a man with a car and a job, a wife and a kid, and his name is Bob. Just a regular guy with a regular car, but it's what he rolls on that makes him a star. Stone, Firestone. His Firestone tires are known far and wide. The way they perform gives a sense of pride. That's Bob's story, he ain't no liar, cause everybody knows the legends ride fire. Stone, Firestone.
Legendary drivers need legendary tires.
At Sharp, our goal is to reproduce every color in the world on TV. Introducing Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds a 4th color, yellow, to the standard RGB color system, creating a vast array of colors you can't see with your TV's 3-color technology. But you can see this. Whoa! Oh my.
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
Stop that kid! He's crazy!
sorry, ma'am. This king's insane. So much beef for $3.99.
New Steakhouse XT burgers from BK starting at $3.99. The king's going crazy.
New Smirnoff Premium Malt Mixed Drinks. A delicious explosion of cranberry and lime. And a real mixed drink taste worthy of a glass. 5.8% alcohol by volume. Please drink responsibly.
The #1 movie in America is Despicable Me. 4 stars.
Apparently, it's a big deal.
Don't miss the funniest movie of the summer.
It's so fluffy!
Despicable Me, rated PG.
At Exxon and Mobil, we're always working to engineer smart gasoline that helps your engine run more smoothly and leave cleaner emissions. So we started at the molecular level to create gasoline that helps remove deposits and cleans up intake valves. It's just one more way we make gasoline work harder for you. Exxon and Mobil.
Introducing our Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds yellow to the standard RGB color system for colors never before seen on TV. Notice the lifelike color on this yellow seahorse. Oh, sorry. Yellowish seahorse on your TV with 3-color technology. Observe the stunning blue sea. In your mind, that is. Well, you get the picture. Actually, you don't.
Quadtron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
Rafael Soriano, the closer from the Tampa Bay Rays, takes over, fires a 94-mile-per-hour fastball, fouled by Adrian Gonzalez, and we're underway in the top of the 8th. The National League leading by 2. They're the numbers for Soriano. The Tampa Bay Rays, who are 2 games out in the AL East. Adrian Beltre takes over at third. The only position player left for the American League is Alex Rodriguez. Here's a fly ball into left. Wells is there, 1 out. And Adrian Gonzalez is 0 for 2 since entering the game back in the 4th. Bring in Joey Votto. Meanwhile, the National League is left with Omar Infante and Michael Bourne. The bullpens at this point have plenty of arms left, and there's Alex Rodriguez, the only available bench player. If there is an injury, Ty Wigginton has been designated as a player who can re-enter the game. Votto gets it off the end of the bat, flies it into center. 2 out. Aerial coverage is brought to you by DirecTV. Now all the TVs in your home can be connected to just one DVR. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
You know, that's a roster. That is a roster that should be sent to Cooperstown. Everybody has played in the game, every position player but Alex Rodriguez.
Alex Rodriguez, the guy who has 597 home runs.
Yeah.
Joe Girardi is saving him for the right spot late. And there is no Mariano Rivera presence lurking on either side. You have younger closers that the National League will call on. Guys like Broxton, Brian Wilson. Haven't seen Evan Meek, a lefty specialist. Arthur Rhodes, as Valverde from the Detroit Tigers gets loose. Soriano came to the Rays from the Atlanta Braves. And he's been outstanding. He replaced Mariano Rivera. Brian Wilson gets loose from the Giants for the NL. 3-1. I think if you ask Soriano, he'll say, well, I finally have a more defined role. He's got 50 saves since the beginning of last year. Here's a 3-1 instead. Rolen hops out. Just talking going to break about the reaction of Adam Wainwright. Just happened to catch it on his way off the mound where he reacted, kind of pumped his fist low key, but still got out of that jam in the bottom of the 7th. Here's a fly ball into left. Vernon Wells to his right. Plenty of room and time to end the inning. Both dugouts still jam-packed with players. Not many left available to play in this game as we go to the bottom of the 8th. NL up by 2.
A good reputation is difficult to attain. A reputation for unsurpassed quality and industry-leading customer service even more so. Which is why it must be earned. Every day, every mile, with every driver. We've earned ours by relentlessly asking one simple question. How can we make it even better tomorrow? Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
Denny's has 3 delicious new skillets starting at just $3.99. You hear that sizzling? It's the money you just saved burning a hole in your pocket. Just kidding, it's the new skillets.
The after, the gratitude, the resolve, the protein to recover, the electrolytes to hydrate. Introducing new Gatorade Recover, part of the G Series.
For well over a century now, baseball has been helping bond parents and children, unite communities, close generation gaps, overcome language barriers, seal friendships, patch up differences, and instill civic pride. Bank of America is a proud supporter of our national pastime and the opportunities it provides to bring us all closer together.
A broken heart, I can't help you. Rocket science, don't know what to tell you. I may not know how to get you to the moon, but I sure do know what the 1992 firing order is. Before you pick up your plug wires on to cure that little hiccup. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I think about.
I like your messy hair. I like the clothes you wear. I like the way you sing. And when you dance with me, you always make me smile. I don't know why.
We believe you're at your best when you can truly be yourself. And at Holiday Inn, you always can. Holiday Inn. Stay you.
Tonight's game is sponsored by the official partner of Major League Baseball, Road Trips. Holiday Inn, stay you. By Lexus. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection. And by Bank of America, official bank of Major League Baseball. Closer from the Giants, Brian Wilson takes over with Michael Bourne in the game in left field to improve the defense. Holiday is finished, and Wilson, one of the 2 young closers available to manager Charlie Manuel, pumps home strike 1. Brian Wilson showed up with a mohawk haircut for the media day, and he pumps home another 98 and 2 quick strikes on Elvis Andrus.
I'll tell you, with Brian Wilson's arm, he is a very hard thrower. Hard to believe he was picked 24th in the draft back in 2003.
He has the 3rd most saves in baseball since he became the full-time closer in 2008. Throwing hard, 98, that's high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Valverde is getting ready for the American League. Here's a 1-2. Breaking ball, and Andrus fouls it back to the screen. Elvis just 21 years old. Last year tied the club rookie record in Texas with 33 steals. And he led all American League rookies in hits, runs, total bases, stolen bases, and triples. On 1-2, a soft chopper to Brandon Phillips. 1 out. First at bat for Andrus, and he is gone. We'll bring in Canerco with Jose Bautista on deck. Konerko struck out in his only at bat. That happened in the 6th. Cabrera started the game at first and went 1 for 2 while he was in there.
The American League hopeful of getting Konerko on there so they can have Bautista, who leads the majors in home runs, up at the plate.
Good breaking ball from Wilson. Strike 1. He leads. Bautista leads the league in home runs with 24. That is the lowest total, home run total, to lead at the All-Star break since 1993. The 0-1 pitch to the third baseman, Rowland. He's automatic. 2 out. One of the best ever defensively at third base. And now 2 out, nobody on. Fox Fantasy Football is back and better than ever. New draft rooms, greater customization, faster live scoring, and still 100% free. Play today at foxsports.com/fantasy. The 2 out, nobody on. Batter is Bautista, takes a strike.
Joe, we talked in our opening about the National League pitching. If the National League was going to have a chance, it was going to be their pitching, and their pitching has certainly delivered so far this evening.
Just an unearned run has scored for the American League against the NL. From Jimenez to Johnson, Quo, who gave up the unearned run, his error, the reason why. Heath Bell, Halladay, Capps, Wainwright, Wilson. We could see Broxton before the end of the night. Here comes a 1-1. Popped up right side. Adrian Gonzalez will give it a look. He has a play, an uneventful 8th inning, and very quick and effective work by Wilson. Off the field he goes into the 9th. Little rock and roll for you. 3-1 NL.
If you were born with money coming out of your womb, then this song probably doesn't apply to you. But if you're like most people I know, you could use some help understanding your credit score. So 1, 2, 3, 4, free credit score.com on, yeah, .com on, sing it!
Offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
I host a dinner, and it's top secret.
On July 30th, many are called, but only one will be chosen.
First prize goes to the biggest idiot.
She's talking to the lobster.
It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I am making you say everything that I say.
Yeah, but I'm saying it first.
Are you?
Oh my gosh.
I'm a naughty schoolgirl. You look a little old to be a schoolgirl.
You are a wise man.
As are you.
Dinner for Schmucks. Rated PG-13.
Introducing our Quatron Quad Pixel technology. It adds yellow to the standard RGB color system for colors never before seen on TV. Notice the lifelike color on this yellow seahorse. Oh, sorry. Yellowish seahorse on your TV with 3-color technology. Observe the stunning blue sea. In your mind, that is. Well, you get the picture. Actually, you don't.
Quatron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
New Smirnoff Premium Malt Mixed Drinks. A delicious collision of blueberry and lemon. And a real mixed drink taste worthy of a glass. 5.8% alcohol by volume. Please drink responsibly.
This, our newest son, was imagined, drawn, carved, stamped, hewn, and forged here in America. It is well made, and it is designed to work. This was once a country where people made things. Beautiful things. And so it is again. The new Jeep Grand Cherokee.
You're a con man, son. This is what you do.
I don't want to live like this anymore, Dad. I want something real.
I love you. You're amazing. That's why I married you.
I'm in love, Daddy.
Who are you in love with, son? Your fake wife or your fake girlfriend?
Both.
Here comes the absolutely nasty pitching of Jose Valverde. First season in the American League after 7 years in the National League. Opponents are hitting just 125 against him. Lefties only 086 as Jonathan Broxton will try and end this game on the mound for the National League in the bottom of this 9th inning. First at bat for Michael Bourne, who is playing in his first All-Star game and who has the most stolen bases in baseball since coming to the Astros in the November 7, 2007 trade that sent Brad Lidge to the Phillies. And Bourne is gone in a blink. One away.
That's that splitter from Valverde going down. Goodness. When you see a right-handed hitter holding left-handed, or right-handed pitcher holding left-handed hitters to an 086 average, you know he's got a good splitter. A good swing and miss, put you away pitch.
And all Bourne can do is smile about that at bat. It didn't last long. With one out, nobody on, here is Chris Young, second at bat. The point I was trying to make earlier with regard to Wainwright being excited getting off the mound, or Charlie Manuel with the way he's managing this game, the way the National League made up this roster, why he wanted Bourne available as a good outfielder, as a guy who could lead off here and try and get on base and use his legs, steal a base. Prior to that whole "this time it counts" campaign after the 2002 tie, what we were seeing before that were guys getting an at bat, maybe 2 at bats. They'd leave the dugout. They'd go back to the clubhouse. Not all, but some. They'd head out of town and enjoy the rest of their All-Star break. Heath Bell still wearing high-tech 3D glasses that have absolutely no use when you're not watching a 3D television.
Yeah, especially the pitchers staying out for the game.
I mean, that's what we saw in the game at Yankee Stadium 2 years ago. There's Heath Bell. Now it's, I'm sure, become some sort of, I don't want to take him off, now we're leading, I'm going to keep him on for the rest of the game. But guys are staying in the dugout, starters waiting to see who's going to win this game and trying to celebrate with their teammates. That has changed that aspect of the game, and Valverde celebrates as he does after another strikeout. 2 out in the 9th. But we saw that 2 years ago in that 4-3 win for the American League in the 15-inning game at Yankee Stadium that lasted deep into the night and into the early hours of the morning. Starters still in the dugout, leaping out. So that change has had that effect, whether you like that change in the rule or not. Certainly plenty's been said about it. There's a fastball for a strike to Marlon Byrd. Byrd drew a walk in his only previous plate appearance, and that preceded the 3-run double by McCann with 2 out in the 7th inning. Made it 3-1 NL. 1 ball, 1 strike. The American League, when they bat in the bottom of this 9th, will have Ortiz to lead it off. He's taken over as the DH. Alex Rodriguez is on that bench, and Valverde is 1 strike away from striking out the side here in the 9th.
Again, that downer.
Inside, 2-2. And there is the hero tonight for the National League, Brian McCann. On 2-2. That just missed a full count.
See Valverde and Byrd smiling at one another. Byrd is not biting the 1-2 splitter, the 2-2 splitter. It's still alive.
And now waiting on a 3-2 pitch, trying to extend the top of the ninth. Here it is, and a foul as Bird's in a battle. I like to see major leaguers smile. It's okay to smile out there.
It's all right.
Marlon Byrd is having fun in this at bat, trying to figure out a way to get Valverde. Cubs will start the second half 9.5 games out in the NL Central. Another 3-2 from the right-hander, and another foul ball from Marlon Byrd. There's Brandon Phillips. He's giving us a smile down in that dugout.
That's the thing I do. And the young 21-year-old Jason Hayward right in front of him. Not eligible tonight, but he'll be eligible in other years, I'll tell you.
A strikeout ends the inning, and Valverde strikes out the side. Bottom of the ninth inning. Is the streak over? NL 3 defensive outs away from their first win since 1996. Bottom of the ninth inning, All-Star game, NL up 3-1.
What if the monthly payment's more than we thought?
What if they change the terms?
What if the interest rate is more than I thought?
What if I missed something?
What if we're not getting what I think we're getting? Take some of the what if out of dealing with your bank. Bank of America's Clarity Commitment Summaries tell you key terms for what you're getting with your home loan and credit card in plain language.
Interest rate.
What we pay?
That's clear.
Nice for a change.
How about that?
That's just what they said.
There's only one place you can get a Clarity Commitment for your mortgage or credit card. Bank of America.
Stop that kid! He's crazy!
Sorry, ma'am. This king's insane. So much beef for $3.99.
New Steakhouse XT burgers from BK starting at $3.99. The King's going crazy.
After using Rogaine for a while, I went to my stylist and she said hair was growing back. I was like, yes, this works.
Only Rogaine is proven to regrow hair in 85% of guys.
And that's it.
Stop losing, start gaining.
There are engines, and then there's the twin turbocharging, 365 horsepower generating EcoBoost engine in the Taurus Show from Ford that has the thirst of a V6 with the thrust of a V8. The most innovative full-size sedan in America is now highest ranked in initial quality. The Taurus Show from Ford. Drive one.
Well, before we came to Lowe's, we tried another paint to cover our striped living room walls. We were told it would cover easily.
Slight exaggeration.
Huge exaggeration. Thankfully, Samantha here told us about high-def color.
I just told them about our new high-def signature color from Valspar. The built-in primer gives you excellent coverage, plus it's our fastest, most durable paint with superior color accuracy. I'm guessing you don't miss the stripes?
We don't miss the stripes at all.
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Well, here is Jonathan Broxton getting ready to try and close this game and save it for the National League. Since that tie in 02, the American League has won 7 straight games. There have been close calls. A Blaylock game-winning home run off Gagne in 03. 06, NL ahead in the ninth. Michael Young won it for the AL. 07 with Pujols on the bench. Rowan flies out with the bases loaded in 08. National League blows a late game lead. Last year, Crawford made that game-saving catch. Also hit a home run, was the MVP. And there have been 4 straight one-run losses by the National League. And now it's, as you look at the numbers, Jonathan Broxton trying to close it, representing the Dodgers and dealing with David Ortiz first here in the ninth. 19 saves for the Dodgers. And a line drives, a base hit into right field, and the American League puts their leadoff man on. So Ortiz is on. Adrian Beltre will get his first at bat.
Alex Rodriguez with 597 career home runs, the only available bat in a game-tying situation for Joe Girardi. And he's got to be looking for him right now.
Beltre takes a strike. There's A-Rod.
Well, if you don't pinch hit for Beltre, you can't pitch hit for John Buck. So if A-Rod does pinch hit with one on in this inning, then it's got to be for Kinsler, who was third up. We'll see.
Third up after the hit by Ortiz, and now 2 strikes on Adrian Beltre. Jonathan Broxton brings it, and a strikeout for out number 1. He blew it right by him at 99 miles per hour.
We have seen a lot of 98 and 99 mile an hour fastballs tonight.
How about the National League's pitching tonight? 1 run, it was unearned. 8 strikeouts, 6 hits now, and 8 1/3 innings. And here is John Buck. Tim said you can't pinch hit for John Buck because he's the only catcher left. Kinsler is in the on deck circle. 1 on, 1 out. 98 from Broxton, ball 1.
Well, Joe Girardi also realizes that Jonathan Broxton has given up only 1 home run all year.
And he's a strikeout artist. No pitcher in baseball in relief since 2006 has more strikeouts than Broxton. Breaking ball misses. It's 2-0. One on, 1 out, and now ball 3 from Broxton. Here's a 3-0. Swinging on 3-0 to try and tie it. 3 balls and a strike.
Joe Girardi saying, why not? Let John Buck go. Couldn't go to Niagara Falls. Try to hit his 2-run home run here.
The 26-year-old closer from the Dodgers. Broxton brings it on 3-1. Full count. Not much mystery as to what's coming to the plate. If you're Broxton, you can't get beat with anything but that, can you?
No, I don't think so. No sliders right here.
Tying run at the plate. And a fly ball off the end of the bat, falling in a hurry. Here comes a right fielder. Bird has to play it on a hop, and out at second on a brilliant defensive play by Marlon Byrd. The slow-footed David Ortiz is forced at second, 2 away.
You can understand the plight of Ortiz on that short hop, the wherewithal to throw 1 hopper to Furcal at second base and get Ortiz. Ortiz going back to first, and by the time he commits to second base, a hit has turned into a force play. Great reactions by Bird.
With only 1 player left on the bench in Alex Rodriguez, and because David Ortiz didn't represent the tying run, he stayed in the game after getting the leadoff base hit. But he's forced at second on a ball that fell in and right. Now Buck is running. Here's a fly ball into right center, and there's Young. The National League wins it 3-1. And the celebration in the outfield between a Houston Astro, an Arizona Diamondback, and a Chicago Cub, and it's the Chicago Cub, Marlon Byrd, who made the best defensive play of this 81st MLB All-Star game.
To be as alert as he was and know who the runner was. Of course, David Ortiz was caught in between first and second, right in front of him. The turnaround and the throw quickly to second base. Byrd can't make the play in the air. You can see Ortiz. That's Bird's shot. I guess a bird's eye view of Ortiz right there. And he was out at second. The defensive play of the game by Byrd.
A 2-hour, 59-minute game. Capps is the winner. Hughes suffers the loss and the save for Jonathan Broxton in a 3-1 final. The streak is over. The National League wins for the first time since 1996. Plenty of action in the bottom of the 9th inning, and in the end the NL wins it by 2. Let's go down to the field. And we'll go down to Kenny Rosenthal, who's standing by with Torrey Hunter.
Thanks, Joe. Torrey, you guys had not lost this game since 1996. Did you think right to the end you were coming back?
Yeah, we thought right to the end we were trying to come back. They got a pretty good pitching staff over there, man. They got a lot of guys. They're throwing a lot more off speed than usual, and but they have great arms over there, and we tried to come back, but it just didn't work out for us. That three-run double from McCants was pretty impressive. It hurt us. It kicked our butt. I hate it.
You came up twice in big situations, runners on base. Obviously did not get it done. How much did you want to get it done?
Oh, yeah, you know that. I really wanted to get it done, and my first at-bat just missed it. You know, hit it a little too high, got good wood on it. My second at-bat never faced Wainwright before, but he didn't throw me no fastballs, cutters off speed, and I didn't know what his ball was doing, and it's a little jumpy. It was a bad at-bat, but you know, we got to come back and do it next year. How about that?
Torrey, thank you very much. Let's go to Eric Karros on the National League side.
Hey, I'm over here with the killer bees tonight, Broxton and Byrd. Big man, come in and shut it down. How'd it feel?
It felt awesome. I mean, for us to get the win, I mean, to break the streak, and we just played hard tonight, and there ain't many words to say.
Shoot, you're smiling, man. That's some emotion. Great defensive play came in. Great at-bat, too. What were you thinking, though, getting Ortiz at second?
Gosh, I had to make up my mind, either dive or just try to let it drop and then spin and fire. So last second, I knew it wasn't getting there. Pick it up, fire. Hopefully I can get it there in time, and I did.
What were you thinking when you saw Marlon come in and make that play?
Well, I just hoping he was get there, but I knew he wasn't going to be able to right there at the end, and I seen David wasn't about halfway. I knew he didn't have great speed, so I figured he'd come up firing.
National League did it tonight, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you, and thanks to Marlon Byrd and Jonathan Broxton, part of the winning side as the NL wins it 3-1.
They've never done that before.
No. 3 different teams with the celebration and big smiles here in Anaheim. Back with more in a moment.
Area businesses looking to lock down business at Thompson Prison. First on Fox, how they're learning the tricks of getting and profiting from government work as the prison waits for federal inmates tonight after the All-Star game.
When you put everything you've got into it, have the accolades to prove it, the only thing left to do is share it. The Ram Tint Event. Drive one without a payment for 60 days. And if it doesn't do everything you ask it to do, bring it back. Ram.
Or as an alternative to 60-day offers, get 0% for 60 months, plus $2,000 bonus cash on Ram 1500 Crew Cab.
Village Inn just introduced the Incredible VIB, where you can pick any 4 items from over 30 incredible choices for only $6.59. Things like crepes, omelets, even French toast. Is it true? So I can mix and match any 4 items for only $6.59.
Absolutely.
And I can choose from over 30 incredible items?
Would you like to try it?
I'll ask the questions here. Okay, yeah, can I try it? The incredible VIB from Village Inn. It's unbelievable.
With the Iowa Lottery's Cash Bonanza, there are more different ways to win than ever before. So don't be surprised if you see more different winners than ever before. Cash Bonanza. What kind of winner would you be if you won? Woohoo! With the Iowa Lottery's Cash Bonanza, there are more different ways to win than ever before. So don't be surprised if you see more different winners than ever before. Cash Bonanza. What kind of winner would you be if you won? Woohoo!
Experience fast in all its forms. The IS line at Lou Jack Lexus of the Quad Cities.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
And we welcome you to the Sharp All-Star post-game show on Fox. Third time the All-Star game has been played in this stadium. And this is the game-changing play. And it's brought to you by Holiday Inn. They've made some big changes. So can you. Stay you. And it was the 2-out, 3-run double hit by Brian McCann. That made it 3-1, and it ended 3-1. There's the final score. Remember, at Holiday Inn, they've made some big changes, so you can stay you. Let's go down to the field and Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. It is time right now to present the Ted Williams All-Star Game MVP Trophy presented by Chevrolet. And for that, I welcome in the Commissioner of Baseball, Mr. Bud Selig.
Thank you, Chris, very much. And it's my pleasure tonight to present the Ted Williams Most Valuable Player Award, which is given by Chevrolet to the great young catcher of the Atlanta Braves, Brian McCann, who got a big double that cleared the bases, and he's the second Brave to win this award, first one since '94, and it gave the National League their first victory since 1996. Brian, congratulations.
Well, Brian, in terms of big hits in your career, where does this one rank? Because you were out there and pumping your fist and everything.
Right at the top. You know, you dream about moments like this as a kid, and tonight was just, it was amazing.
Year after year after year, the National League guys get the same questions. When are you going to finally win with this? Did it wear on you guys a little bit?
Yeah, you know, during media day, that's all we answered. So today was big. And home field advantage is big for the World Series, and whichever teams get there, it's going to be big.
Now, the last time the National League won this game was 1996. You were like 3. Do you remember anything about it?
Yeah, I don't know how old I was, but I was 8. I was 8. So, you know, I'm a huge baseball fan growing up, and this is just something like I'll always remember. My parents are here. My wife is home. You know, she's pregnant, and you know, I just want to say hi to her. And you know, this is just an amazing night.
By the way, Mike Piazza was the MVP, so it's got to be something about those National League catchers that get it done.
Yeah, he was one of my idols growing up, and you know, it's just nice to be here and win this award.
Have you thought at all, because obviously the National League now gets home field advantage in the World Series. You guys are sniffing that NL East crown. You know, it might be Atlanta, it might be Cincinnati, it might be San Diego. But have you thought about what it would mean for the Braves?
It'd be big. It'd be big for any NL team that gets there. And, you know, being in first place at the break, we've had a lot of guys on our team step up and play big. And, you know, it was nice just to come out here and be a part of this All-Star game.
Congratulations on the All-Star Game MVP award, Brian McCann. Job well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, so the National League, a winner for the first time since 1996. And he's the first Atlanta Braves MVP since Fred McGriff in '94. We'll be back with more from Anaheim right after this.
Introducing our Quadtron Quad Pixel technology. It adds yellow to the standard RGB color system for colors never before seen on TV. Notice the lifelike color on this yellow seahorse. Oh, sorry. Yellowish seahorse on your TV with 3-color technology. Observe the stunning blue sea. In your mind, that is. Well, you get the picture. Actually, you don't.
Quatron from Sharp. You have to see it to see it.
This is your first lesson in shared dreaming.
We're dreaming?
From the director of The Dark Knight. Rolling Stone raves.
You create the dream, and they fill it with their secrets.
The mind-blowing movie event of the summer
Then you break in and steal it.
arrives just in time. It's James Bond meets The Matrix.
I am impressed.
Epic, ingenious, a knockout.
That's more like it.
Inception. Rated PG-13. In theaters and IMAX Friday. Can you imagine the game played on anything less than the most beautiful grass you've ever seen? Neither can we. Scott's, official lawn care company of Major League Baseball. Building families. Building traditions. Building communities. Building lives. Building what's important for more than 90 years. Chevy Silverado Half-Ton, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy and the most dependable, longest-lasting full-size pickups on the road.
Breathtaking.
Ladies, hello. It's me again, your TV. I cut your cable to show you a no-brainer, DirecTV. With DirecTV, you can record a show in this room, so the kids can watch it in this room. Or this room. Or perhaps this room. Any room. I'm talking options, ladies. You love them. DirecTV has them. So give them a call. DirecTV. It'll change your life.
Fox presents Keys to Raising a Baby. Always keep the baby fed.
I don't have a bottle yet. I just got her a few hours ago.
Keep the baby clean.
She really liked the bath. I think that's going to be a weekly thing.
Rely on your elders.
I'm keeping this baby, and I'd appreciate a little support.
Get that dog off my couch!
And most importantly, strap it in.
What do you mean, strap it in? She's fine. She's totally fine.
From the creator of My Name is Earl, Raising Hope, Tuesdays this fall on Fox.
The Sharp All-Star post-game show on Fox is sponsored by Sharp Quatron TV technology. You have to see it to see it. And what we saw tonight was a rarity, something that hasn't happened since 1996. The NL gets a W. 3-1 is the final. And tonight it was all about the National League arms, just like we thought. It started with Ubaldo Jimenez, the 15-game winner, 2 spectacular innings. He gave the ball to the fireballer Josh Johnson, who got it done against the likes of Derek Jeter. Then how would you like to come out of the pen with Doc Holliday? Not too shabby. And then how about the Okie Doke by Brandon Phillips? Big Poppy looking at it from Matt Capps. Adam Wainwright getting out of trouble as well, striking out the hometown hero Torrey Hunter. Brian Wilson, the saves man from the Giants, gets it done in the 8th, and in the 9th, Jonathan Broxton, somewhat of a white knuckler, but he ends up saving the game thanks in part to the defense by Marlon Byrd. The National League, yeah, we're pointing it the right way, fellas. Who knows, maybe the World Series will start in LA this year. Well, Holiday Inn and MLB are stepping up to the plate for the Susan G. Komen Foundation and Stand Up to Cancer. Tonight, there were 13 total hits in the game. However, Holiday Inn and MLB will make a $20,000 donation to each charity. Holiday Inn is a proud sponsor of MLB and the official partner of Road Trips. Moments ago, our Ken Rosenthal caught up with one of the aces from the National League, Adam Wainwright.
Thanks. We're here with Adam Wainwright. Adam, first National League win since 1996. How much talk was there about that on the bench?
Well, I wasn't on the bench. I was in the bullpen. There was absolutely no talk in the bullpen, but you know what? We just kind of considered enough was enough. It's hard to beat anybody. I mean, it'd be hard for us to go out and beat a high school team 13 times in a row, much less an all-star team. So we knew if we went out there, executed, and pitched really well, our hitters were going to come in and make good swings and put them in bad shape. So Brian McCann put a great swing on the ball and a very, very tough pitcher, lefty-on-lefty situation there, man. It doesn't get tougher than that. So tip your hat to Brian McCann, and the pitchers did great all day.
Now for you, a little bit of a throwback situation, back to your relief days. What was that like?
That was fun. It's scary to think about it, you know, because I have a lot of fun doing that right there, coming out of the bullpen and really kind of just letting it eat. You know, throwing my, I can throw everything harder, and I got some serious adrenaline out of this crowd and in this big situation. So it was good. It was a good game for the National League, and I had a very, very good time. I'll never forget it.
Adam, thanks very much. Back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. Well, the National League arms were a big hit because the AL bats were a big old swing and a miss. 8 strikeouts by National League pitchers tonight. They gave up only 6 hits, allowed 1 unearned run, and the AL 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. We are coming back with much more from Anaheim, California, and the 81st Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Joe Buck on the other side of things as we get ready to wrap things up from L.A. and Anaheim.
Like another perfect day. I love LA. We love it. I love LA. We love it. I love LA. We love it. I love
Today's story from the Ford Model Year-End Sales Event, Roger's Workday. 9 to 5? Try 5 to 9 every day. That's why Roger needs the Ford F-150. It's the only truck that can keep up with him. Best-in-class towing and payload, and now best-in-class residual value. Of course, Roger would never sell his F-150, even if he had the time.
Hurry in now and get a built Ford Tough F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months.
Remember Roger and that F-150? Yeah, they're gone.
I like your messy hair. I like the clothes you wear. I like the way you sing. And when you dance with me, you always make me smile. I don't know why.
We believe you're at your best when you can truly be yourself. And at Holiday Inn, you always can. Holiday Inn. Stay you.
The before, the expectation, the B vitamins and carbs to ignite. The during, the collision, the power, the original Gatorade. The after, the gratitude, the protein to recover. Introducing the G Series from Gatorade. Prime, perform, recover.
First is fast. First is 4G, but plays nice with 3G as well. First has an 8-megapixel HD camera and can stream live video to the web. First has an HDMI out. First shares Wi-Fi with 8 devices at once. First is not Stephen First, who played Flounder in Animal House. First has a kickstand for watching video. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
It's the biggest cooking show in the world, a phenomenon in over 110 countries. And now, it's finally here, introducing MasterChef.
Anybody here that's not nervous, get nervous.
Gordon Ramsay is searching for America's undiscovered cooking talent.
What I want to see is passion to be the best.
Who will go from amateur chef
I am a physician.
A construction worker.
I'm a mom.
to MasterChef?
Cook the dish of your life.
MasterChef starts cooking 2 weeks from tonight on Fox.
A woman is diagnosed with breast cancer every 3 minutes.
The Breast Cancer Research Foundation improves prevention and treatment by funding the top researchers around the world.
Fox Sports asked you to join our team and text CURE to 27722. A one-time $10 donation will be added to your phone bill. Messaging and data rates may apply.
Support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation today to save lives tomorrow.
Could not have been a prettier day, and in the end, the National League wins it 3-1 over the American League in this 81st Major League Baseball All-Star Game. The celebration here in Anaheim, California. Caps the winner, Hughes the loser, and the save for Jonathan Broxton. We look ahead to this week on Fox Saturday Baseball. The Rays travel to New York to take on the Yankees. The Dodgers are in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. Coverage begins, as it will each of the next 12 Saturdays on Fox at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Promotional consideration paid for by the following. We look back, and the starter, David Price, got off to a great start. It was tough to see, no doubt, for these hitters, and that proved to be the case early. A pitching-dominated game. Good defensive plays, including Marlon Byrd in the ninth. The big hit by Brian McCann. There's the play by Byrd, and the NL wins it 3-1. And now welcome to our booth as we say so long. And Tim, this was a game that was dominated by pitching, but I think every game that we've seen in the All-Star game in recent memory has just been dominated by the guys out there on the mound.
Yeah, that's usually the case. We talked about it in the opening, and we saw, as we mentioned so many times, a lot of pitches that were thrown 98, 90 miles, 99 miles an hour, and even Verlander topping 100.
Joe Girardi, the manager for the American League, the manager of the world champion Yankees, he was called this morning at 5:30, got the message at 6:15. All of us in baseball learned the sad news that George Steinbrenner had passed at the age of 80. A titan in this industry, no doubt. A man with a big, generous heart as well. The architect of all of this success for the New York Yankees. So from all of us at Fox, we dedicate what we just did here in the All-Star game to the memory of Mr. George Steinbrenner. So long.
He was the Yankees, Mr. Steinbrenner. He embodied what New Yorkers are. You know, he expected the best.
The intensity that he brought, the passion that he brought to the game. You know, we were so fortunate to play for him.
He will be deeply missed.
This September, it's time to get back to football. And back to your home for Super Bowl 45. The NFL returns this fall on Fox.
We are Fox Sports!
I'm back to make all your Ford buying wishes come true. Say you want a Ford Escape for a RAV4, your wish might come in. Low payments, magical after the sale, and 120% Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Get the most toward the best. The Ford you're wishing for, because nobody beats a doll deal and nobody beats a doll trade.
866-579-0253. The doll difference.
Thank you, Doll Ford Genie Dude.
Box 1457B was filled with partially cooked frozen chicken strips in a factory 2 months ago. It's been sitting here for the last 12 days. Odds are, it'll be here 17 more.
Here's an idea. We make them fresh, you eat them fresh. Introducing freshly prepared hand-breaded chicken tenders at Hardee's.
Matt sells trucks, and I'm jealous because here at the Ford Model Year-End Sales Event, all he really has to do is say, hey guys, did you know the F-Series is the best-selling truck in America for the last 33 years? Or, pardon me, sir, did you know the Ford Ranger's the most fuel-efficient pickup in the country? Now his job's even easier because the deals are even better. Unbelievable. Matt, how you doing? Get you anything? Latte? Nah, he's good.
Get an F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months or $6,500 in savings plus $1,000 bonus cash.
In other words, they're built Ford tough, right? I could do this all day.
Fox 18's Quad City Idol is back. Log on today for all the details.
carbine give you that queasy feeling inside? Well, take 2 of these and see us right away. We've got your remedy to save you money. Here's your prescription to healthy carbine. Take 3.9% financing, mix it with no money down, and with over 700 vehicles in stock, you'll feel great. Get 2009 Impala, 65 to choose from with miles as low as 7,000. Many loaded with leather, moonroof, Bose sound system, starting at $13,888 or just $233 per month. You gotta go green. Green Chevrolet, Avenue of the Cities in East Moline.
Maybe it started on the farm with your first ball and glove. Or maybe when you and your dad first played catch in the backyard. Or when he showed you how to throw that curveball. Sure, there were challenges, but we remember the good times. The friendships, the time with Dad, and that first trip to modern Woodman Park. The bluest sky, the greenest grass, and the coolest fireworks ever. And that's when you really become a bandit. River Bandits Baseball. Pass it on.
You're watching Fox 18 9 o'clock news.
And the All-Star Game wrapping up just moments ago here on Fox 18, and many of you showing up at local sports bars tonight to catch that game. Some fans hit Kelly's Irish Pub in Davenport for the action. One local baseball fan likes the tradition.
When I was a kid growing up, the National League always won it, and now the American League has had control of it, and I'm an American League fan, and I like watching the very best in baseball.
Roland is going to have a lot more on tonight's All-Star Game just a little while later in sports. Well, good evening. I'm Nathan O'Leary, and thanks for joining us. Sonia is off tonight. Continuing now with sports, the Mallards have a new owner, and this means some big changes on the way for the team. Besides being under that new ownership, it will play in a new league. First on Fox 18's Jenny Wurzberger has more.
The Quad City Mallards have been sold.
New ownership group came in and purchased the Mallards. They like the market, they like the history, and they like the upside to the organization.
The team was bought by Tape to Tape Sports Entertainment, which is led by Eric Carls out of Canada. Sean Hackman, the general manager of the Mallards, says this is not the only change in store for the team.
Also, we announced today the division alignment of the Central Hockey League, the new league we're playing in.
The Mallards will now be playing in the North Division of the Central Hockey League.
We'll see a heck of a lot more new opponents with our league transition.
Hackman hopes the changes will put some more fans in the stands.
They can expect some fun times here at the iWireless Center, hopefully a lot of wins, and a team that'll play hard every minute they're on the ice.
The roster is still up in the air, but Hackman promises some old and new faces for the upcoming season. Jenny Wurzberger, Fox 18 News.
A formal press conference and fan conference introducing Carls to the Quad Cities will be planned for a time closer on to the season. Some other news now. Moline police tonight have issued a warrant for the man accused of accidentally shooting his young son. 51-year-old Alan Van Meenen is wanted for aggravated reckless discharge of a firearm. It happened at this apartment complex on 38th Avenue yesterday afternoon. Police say he was handling the .22 caliber rifle yesterday when it accidentally went off. They say the bullet hit his 10-year-old son near the eye. Fortunately, very fortunately, the boy was treated and released from the hospital. Davenport police arrested 2 teens in connection with a robbery and shooting that also happened yesterday. Police say the juveniles robbed this man, Derek Wright of Rock Island. They say Wright chased the teens to a house and threw a brick through the window. That's when they say the teens shot at him. He wasn't hit. Wright sped off in his car. Cops chased and eventually caught him. He was wanted on unrelated outstanding warrants. That could be why he didn't call the cops in the first place. Both Wright and the kids accused of shooting at him face charges. A Muscatine man is dead after a semi smashed into the backhoe he was driving. It happened on Route 61 yesterday just before noon. The victim, 72-year-old Robert Anderson. The semi driver was treated for his injuries. Police are still investigating that one. A Davenport crash ends with an assault in a hospital and an arrest. 48-year-old Michael LaGrange of Davenport is in custody. Police say he ran a red light at Bridge Street yesterday around 6:15, and they say he smashed then into a semi and was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. While there, he's accused of assaulting a police officer and a nurse. Police say he'd been drinking. The semi driver in that was not hurt. Time now for a first look at our forecast. Pat is in the weather center here. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, indeed. Tomorrow, a very hot day. Temperatures will climb into the 90s, but the heat index could climb over 100 degrees easily tomorrow afternoon. With that in mind, a heat advisory, meaning it's going to be extra stress in our body, goes in effect at 10 o'clock in the morning through 9 o'clock tomorrow night. So this same time, or really at 9 o'clock tomorrow night, not this late hour tomorrow night, the heat advisory will still be in effect. Our weather is quiet tonight, mostly clear. We will cool down, but not too low. Southeast winds and increasing humidity means only the lower 70s overnight tonight. So warm and humid for tonight. A little bit of breeze tomorrow with that heat coming in, but again, the heat index will be very high. The peak of it will be between 100 and 105 tomorrow, hence the heat index. We'll talk a little bit more about the heat index and also the heat advisory, a little bit more about that, but also some tips to stay cooler for tomorrow. Nathan?
All right, thanks, Pat. As the Thompson prison transitions to federal ownership, the government is beginning to look for private contractors to help run it. Today, nearly 200 small business owners and prospective government contractors gathered in Sterling to discuss how to go about bidding for those government jobs. Fox 18's Kurt Liskey has more.
They are going to buy a lot of canned goods.
Almost 200 representatives of small businesses in western Illinois and eastern Iowa learning the ins and outs of working with the government.
To get a contract with the federal government, probably at least double the amount of time, up to 10 times.
Sterling, Illinois Mayor Amy Veering says this meeting will hopefully give local businesses an inside track when it comes to winning government contracts for work to be done in Thompson.
This is really good for our communities. You know, what's good for Sterling is good for Rock Falls, is good for Thompson. And I believe it's a real regional opportunity.